Time for some Thursday night baseball out of the SEC. Into Oxford, Mississippi is where we will go and get a look at one of the best pitchers in all the nation. LSU's Aaron Nola taking on one of the best lineups in all the nation as the Ole Miss Rebels are hitting near .310 as a team. Two of the top three teams in the SEC West, two top 10 teams in the country getting ready to go as LSU takes on Ole Miss. As we welcome you into our studio, Dory Noka here alongside Dave Perno, who spent 12 years as a head coach at Georgia, 3 College World Series, 6 regional appearances, and Ben McDonald, a former National Player of the Year at LSU and former big leaguer for 9 seasons?
9 seasons.
9 seasons between Baltimore and Milwaukee. We mentioned Aaron Nola. How do you describe this LSU star?
He's the best in the country, best college pitcher in the country. And if he's not, I want to see who's better. I just think he can raise his game. He's extremely competitive. His stuff speaks for itself, and I think he's pretty special.
You look at what he does. What makes him so good? Is it the stuff? Is it the composure? What is it about Aaron Nola that makes him someone with a sub-1 earned run average, which is simply ridiculous?
Yeah, I mean, you look at what he does right there. I mean, hitting spots, catcher sets up in, the ball's in. Catch-up's away, it's away, you know. All
right, take a look at a bio blast here of the LSU junior. Aaron Nola leads the league in strikeouts, as you can see, and ERA. Coming off a career-high 13 strikeouts in his last start. That was against Arkansas. He was the SEC's pitcher of the year last year, and he's a hometown kid from Baton Rouge. So, Ben, break down Aaron Nola.
Well, Aaron Nola, the best thing about Aaron Nola is his ability to hit spots. Take a look where Chinea sets up right here, the catcher. Look, ball right to the glove. Again, take a look at the counts to another 0-2 count. Look at the catcher, Chinea, rock toward the outside part of the plate. Look where the ball is delivered. And this is not a fluke. This is every time he takes a mound. Again, catcher sets up away. Watch this. Breaking ball that starts on the plate, breaks off the plate. Here he is again. See the catcher highlighted? There's a breaking ball down right there. And that's what he does so well, Dar. I mean, he's able to get ahead and expand the strike zone. Catcher wants this ball up in the strike zone. Give it to me. There it is. Perfect again. And that's what makes him so great. Only 13 walks, 88 punch outs. That leads the conference again this year.
There's a reason we have a hitter, coach, and a pitcher here, because the hitters are the ones for tonight for Ole Miss. They're going to have to deal with one of the great pitchers in the country, and that is Aaron Nola, Ben. 0.7 ERA, tops in the SEC, 5th best in the country.
Right.
His stuff is great.
Yeah.
You add a little deception to him, makes him even more difficult to hit.
Yeah, we know how he commands the strike zone, 88 strikeouts, only 13 walks. But you add deception to it, and his deception is this. Your average arm slot for a pitcher normally is going to be somewhere in this range right here. 3/4, what we call this slot, kind of right in this area here. Well, Nola is just a tick below that. And where he really gets nasty on right-handed hitters is when he steps towards them, that ball is almost starting in the right-hander's batter's box right there. So it's hard for that right-hander to stay in there, especially when he throws the breaking ball at him and it comes back over the plate. And even for left-handed batters, they're way on the left side of the batter's box, so he throws it from over here too, and they can't see that, don't pick up the ball as well. So he's got a lot of deception going on as well.
Talk about how that can wrap around the outer edge of the plate to those lefties there. As a hitter, what does he do to make life a little more difficult?
Well, he's extremely difficult. Well, a guy with that type of arm slot, you don't expect him to have command on both sides of the plate as well as he does. And then you throw in a plus breaking ball, and you better hope for rain, because that's your best chance sometimes to beat Aaron Nola. So he's really good.
That ERA is incredible, 0.70. Not going to be easy, to say the least, for Ole Miss. As you take a look at the Rebels, though, and what they've done, I mean, they're hitting the heck out of the baseball. They're some 40 points higher as a team than LSU, who they will face, of course, tonight coming up in Oxford. Let's talk to the coach of the Rebels, who's standing by with Kyle Peterson.
With Ole Miss head coach Mike Bianco, I guess first and foremost, you're facing a guy tonight that has been one of the best in the entire country this year. What's the approach against Nola tonight?
Well, you know, it's tough when you're facing somebody that good, and you kind of pick your poison. He fills up the strike zone. He's got great command. You can't sit back, because I think you're just going to make it easier on him. But I think we got to be ourselves tonight. We got to swing at the pitches that we normally would swing at. It's just tougher when you're facing a guy like Aaron. But his stuff, as we talked about earlier, has just improved so much over the last 3 years. You hope to bunch some hits together. Maybe you could combo it with an error or a walk. And then the other thing is you got to hold them down. You know, you got to make it a low-scoring game on the other end, so you're always in the game.
We talk a lot about lack of offense. You guys have had plenty of offense this year, near the tops of the SEC in almost every offensive category. What's been the key? I know some familiar faces, but what's been the key to the offensive output so far?
I think, one, we do return some guys that have had success, and certainly older guys tend to play a little bit better in our league. And secondly is some outstanding freshmen and some recruits. Braxton Lee in left field, a junior college player that's having a terrific year for us. Errol Robinson at shortstop, and J.B. Woodman, Brantley Bell, Dalton Doolin, some other guys that have been big contributors, I think, this far.
Good to see you again. Always good to be back in Oxford.
Thank you.
I would imagine these series are always special to Mike Bianco, who, of course, played at LSU with you for a couple of years, Ben.
Yeah, he was my catcher. I mean, he was as fearless as anybody, just a little pit bull out there. He was one of the best defensive catchers I ever threw to. He was really, really good. And you could tell back then that he was so into the game that he was going to coach and manage one day. There was no doubt about that.
Well, now the team he is coaching has really turned it up offensively. It's why they're right there in the mix in the SEC.
No doubt. If you go off of last year's numbers, guys, I mean, they're hitting 32 points higher as a team than they did last year. Also, remember, they're about an ERA, 1 point better on their ERA. They're better in every category. They have 20 more stolen bases at this time of last year. And more importantly, they're a power team this year. They got 2 more home runs this year than they did the whole year last year as well. And stolen bases are up, too. And the percentage of stolen bases are way up. They steal bases at 80%, which is almost unheard of.
Yeah, that's absolutely incredible. Will Allen, a big part of the Ole Miss offensive attack. 53 hits on the season. Rebels and Tigers, it's getting closer.
SEC baseball on ESPNU. Offensive power and defensive prowess will be on display when Alex Bregman leads the Tigers to battle Austin Anderson and the Rebels. The first pitch is tonight at 7:30 on ESPNU.
Alex Bregman at short for LSU, Tigers, and Ole Miss. Let's get you ready for it. Dave Neal, Kyle Peterson, and Chris Burke. Those are the guys on the call. Gentlemen.
Hey, Dart, thank you very much. Boy, it is a gorgeous night for some baseball here at Swayze Field in Oxford. The showdown between two teams that are really hot. They've both won 8 of their last 9 coming into this one, trying to move up that SEC Western Division ladder as we speak. Dave Neal alongside Chris Burke, Kyle Peterson, our hitter, our pitcher. Let's start with pitching, and because we've got perhaps the guy that most people are talking about in the country as the best pitcher, one of the best pitchers in Aaron Nola. What do you make of this right-hander from LSU?
I think it's pretty amazing. I think he has been the best guy in the country on the mound so far this year. The one thing about Nola, the numbers, I mean, they're almost fake when you start to look at them. They're hitting 146 on the year. His strikeouts to walks are about 5-1 over the course of the year. That .7 ERA is accurate. And that's over the entire season. LSU is 8-1 in games that Nola has started on Friday nights. You need that Friday night guy. Nola has been that Friday night guy. The biggest difference this year, fastball's ticked up. He'll pitch 92, 93, 94, might show you 95. Breakable at any point that he wants to throw it in every count. And against a lineup tonight that has a lot of left-handers, we'll see how much he uses what really is a very good changeup.
You know, when you look at this Ole Miss team, you talk about it, they can really rake, but opponents only hitting 143 against Nola. What do you think Ole Miss, what will their be approach tonight to try to take on this Aaron Nola?
Well, they got a couple things going in their favor. First of all, they got 5 lefties in the lineup, which should help, should take away the breaking ball to a certain degree. But for Ole Miss, it's been a nice combination of speed and power. And they get some guys at the top of the lineup that can really run, and they got some guys in the middle lineup that scare you. And so what you get is a lot of fastballs because you're afraid of them stealing bases. And then they got some boppers in the middle lineup that can take you deep. On paper, it seems they got some hitters that are hitting maybe above their capabilities. But in reality, when you talk to the staff, they feel like these are talented hitters that are finally kind of playing to their potential, not overachieving, but finally achieving at a level that they felt like they would.
All right, man. The scene has been set here. We're going to have a great crowd. Hope to get around 10,000 in the ballpark tonight. Many watching Aaron Nola and LSU. The others watching some of the bats from Ole Miss. It'll be fun. Dari, back to you guys.
All right, Dave, gentlemen, thank you very much. As you take a look at the top 10 in the current USA Today Top 25 Coaches Poll, Virginia had been #1 a few weeks ago, but fell out of that spot, has regained the #1 spot. There are surprises throughout this top 10. Texas is absolutely on a roll after a weekend sweep at Oklahoma. Cal Poly, of course, a surprise. And how about Louisiana Lafayette garnering a few first-place votes, sitting there at #2. Time to bring in now the head coach of the Louisiana Lafayette Ragin' Cajuns, Tony Robichaux. And What a story this team has been. It's an incredibly talented team, sitting at number 2 in the nation in the coaches poll, 34-4. I want to ask you, though, before the season, Coach, where did you realistically think this team could go?
Well, you know, in 2000, we were fortunate enough to make it to the College World Series. And in 99, the year before that, we had beaten Rice on Friday night in the Houston Astrodome and needed one more win to actually get to Omaha in 99. And Rice came back and got us Saturday and Sunday. But we felt that the experience we got out of that really propelled us the following year in 2000. And so this team right here, we felt the same way. You know, last year we had a 43-win season, and then we got turned back at LSU at the regional there. And we felt that with that experience that we gained from that and bringing back a veteran team, we felt we could make another run, you know, this season with that team.
And you are likely putting yourself in a position to where in the postseason you may get a team like an LSU perhaps coming to your place. What is the importance of having the opportunity against whomever it is to play there in Lafayette with that crowd in the postseason?
Well, I think it's so important. You know, in 2000 we were able to host. We were one of the 16 sites, and I think that's what, you know, propelled us and gave us that opportunity to get to the College World Series. And I know a couple of years ago they ran the numbers. I think 75% of the teams that host move on. So hosting is so important, you know, to have your fan base there with you to help support you. So, you know, we hope we can finish the way we need to finish and be able to make that happen.
You know, people look at the team and the record in the Sun Belt Conference and say, well, they haven't played anybody like some of the other schools, but you did take 2 out of 3 from Alabama. You did win at LSU. What does that say about your program on a national level, in your opinion?
Well, you know, the big thing, you know, is again, in 2000, we were fortunate enough to, you know, we drew South Carolina in that super region. They were number 1 in the country. And so, you know, we're going to play the people that we have to play. And really we're playing against a game of baseball, not anybody else. And so far our guys have really been able to handle that. And so we understand being a mid-major that, you know, we'll be end up somewhere along the way with, you know, some teams that are nationally ranked with us. And, you know, we're prepared for it. We just trying to play good, sound baseball right now every night out and getting good pitching and playing good defense and getting timely hitting.
34-4 overall heading into the weekend. Tony Robichaux, head coach of Louisiana Lafayette. Coach, best of luck to you the rest of the season. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate being on.
A little bit of a different look at the poll here as you see teams in terms of where they are geographically. California, 4 teams ranked in the top 25, and Cal Poly leading everybody there. How about Texas with 4 sitting in the top 25, and then 3 Florida teams as Miami is rolling, having won 13 in a row. You see here 4 states listed where there is just a ton of good college baseball this season. Several good college baseball teams. And so now what we want, take those states and give us the best team that you think is in that state. And let's start it, Coach, with you in the state of Louisiana.
Well, being an SEC guy, I got to go with the Tigers. You got a shortstop like Bregman and a number 1 pitcher like Nola. I think that's the formula. You got 2 stars. I think they're going to be tough to beat in the postseason.
I mean, that's, you know, you're looking at LSU and you're looking at Louisiana Lafayette. Louisiana Lafayette's the higher ranked team at number 2, 34-4. Of course, Ben's over there, the old LSU guy, lives near Baton Rouge, goes to half the game. Go ahead and just, it's a formality.
They're going to hate me. They're going to hate me at LSU. No! I'm going to Raging Cajuns. I'm telling you why. Last year, UL was outstanding hitting the baseball. You know, they're one of the top 5 teams in home runs and batting average. Well, they're at it again this year. They lead the nation in homers this year. They got 46. Their batting average is outstanding, but the difference is they can pitch this year. Baronick for them is outstanding on Friday nights. Robichaux's their guy on Saturday nights. And I'm telling you what, they got a veteran ball club that learned a lot last year, and they're back with lots of juniors and seniors on the team. They could make a serious run at it.
You going to change the airport you go to when you go home?
I may have to fly in the Lafayette when I go back.
I think you may. All right, state of California. Ben, you go first on this one.
Well, you know, for me, it's pretty. Cal Poly out there has been really, really good this year. I mean, over 30 wins at this point. You know, really, UCLA's really hadn't got it on track yet. You know, and some of the other schools that are out there. But I like Imhoff on Friday nights. Bloomquist is their number 2 guy, and their 3 guy is Calamini. They got 3 real stars over there. Their ERA is below 3 for a team ERA. So they got enough to get it done for sure. I like them out in California.
Yeah, they're the highest ranked team in the state by quite a ways. Coach, you agree with that?
It shouldn't be that easy. Not in California. There's so many good programs, but Cal Poly is that good. Ben talked about the pitching. I'll talk about the offense, led by Mark Mathis, who's hitting 390-something. They have a team batting average of 301. Not only do they hit and pitch, they catch it. They filled it at 979. So, I mean, you got the most complete team in California. It was pretty easy.
Hard to argue that one. All right, now the state of Florida, where Florida State, of course, has been by far much of the year the highest ranked team in that state. Miami's coming on. They've won 13 in a row, and then there are the Gators. Coach, who do you see?
It's easy for me here because being the SEC guy, Florida's a little different. I think what you see from Florida is a battle-tested team that has consistently gotten better. Their numbers in the SEC are better than their overall numbers. And so that's what you like to see with a team trending that way, improving. And I know Kevin's doing a great job with the pitching. I really like this Florida team.
I'm curious. You didn't go Florida State, who looks very, very complete. Ben, where are you going on the state of Florida?
Florida State is a complete team, but I'm going Florida.
You are?
I got to agree with Coach. I like the fact that Florida played the toughest schedule in the country last year. They're doing it again this year, and they have beat up on Florida State, who's very good. Remember, Florida's beaten them all 3 times they played them. Florida pitches a freshman on Friday nights, Logan Shore. He has been outstanding for them. They got a sophomore that goes on Friday nights. If you look at their numbers, they don't wow you. Like their batting average is just average. Their ERA is a little better than average, but because they're battle-tested and because they face the fire almost every time they go out, they're a good ball team, and they got enough to get it done.
All right, now we go to Kentucky. Of course, you have Kentucky. You have Louisville. Both teams very, very well thought of. Coach, you fired up with Kentucky.
Well, I guess I'm predictable, but here's why. Veterans. They got them all over the field. They got the best player in the country, most important player in A.J. Reed. Obviously, everybody knows what he's doing on the mound and at the plate. Austin Cousineau, great player. Max Kuhn. They've got veterans. Michael Thomas at catcher. I like them. Last year they were in a similar position and went the other way. I expect them to do the complete opposite this year. I expect them to hang in this race, in the SEC race, find a way in a regional and make some noise.
All right. How about you in the state of Kentucky?
I'm not going to agree with Coach. I'm going Louisville.
You are.
I like Louisville. I'm going to tell you why. Last year they go into Vanderbilt. They beat Vanderbilt out of a super regional. They return a lot of players again this year to the club that they brought last year. They got a lot of postseason experience. I like the schedule that they've played. Now, Kentucky did beat them the other day, but I like the way they hit the baseball. Their pitching is way above average. Ruxer's really good on Friday nights for them. So I like Louisville over Kentucky as far as the best team in Kentucky right now.
I got to say, I like what you did with Louisiana Lafayette, because no matter what you say, you will not be anything but loved in Baton Rouge. You're safe. Let's take a look at our Capital One Cup impact performances, and how about NC State's Carlos Rodon, sure to go high in the draft at the end of this year as a junior out of NC State. He's been very, very good. Now, not his fault, of course, that his record isn't great, his team isn't scoring runs, but he did break the NC State school record for career strikeouts, so congratulations to him. Elsewhere, Jake Matthews at Kansas State, 4 innings saved. How about that for the Wildcats? Cameron White at Air Force, 14 strikeouts and a win over South Dakota State. And Aaron Payne of Oregon, 40 stolen bases, tying the school's career record. All right, lots more coming up as we get you closer to the first pitch in Oxford. LSU and Ole Miss. First game of a big 3-game series. Anybody that can hit here, good luck to you. Pitching should be fantastic. Let's take a look at what's going on around the country. Duke freshman forward Jabari Parker announced eventually that, yes, he will enter the NBA draft. Jeff Goodman of ESPN.com reporting that Frank Haith is leaving Missouri to take over, replacing Danny Manning at Tulsa. And Cal State Fullerton head baseball coach Rick Vanderhook has been placed on administrative leave. The school announced that it had, quote, received allegations that it is obligated to review, end quote, but did not specifically say what the allegations were. The story will obviously continue to follow. Andrew Stevenson hitting .376, having a dynamite season for LSU. Batting, not going to be easy tonight. Let's send you out now. Kyle Stevenson with Tiger head coach Paul Menard.
With LSU head coach Paul Maneri, we're going to see Aaron Nola tonight, who's been the best pitcher in the country this year. What's made him so good this year?
Oh, Kyle, our interview isn't long enough for me to give you all the details on that. This kid's just amazing. He's a strike-throwing machine, of course. I've never had a pitcher that has this kind of command. I've had some great pitchers, as you know, in my coaching career, but his command combined with the stuff that he has, and then he's just like the great ones. You know, he has that ability to raise his game to another level when he needs to the most. You know, no game is perfect, and he's going to meet those times during the course of the game where he has to take it to another level, and he just seems to make the big pitch when he needs to.
On the road in this league, we know, is not an easy thing to do. So what do you say to your club tonight before the opener?
Oh, I'll tell you what, they're excited. You know, this is a fun place. If you're afraid of these type of situations, you don't come to the SEC. You don't come to LSU. You got to embrace this kind of an atmosphere. You can count on your teammates. You can count on your coaches. There'll be a sprinkling of LSU fans, but most of the people here are going to be against us. We're facing a great pitcher, a great ball club that's really been playing well. It's a terrific atmosphere here, and you just have to embrace it all, love it, and just go out there and let it rip and play fearless.
We're looking forward to it. It'll be fun tonight. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you, Meet.
Now, we talk a lot about Nola, but we haven't really mentioned Chris Ellis, who's a fine pitcher in his own right. 5-0, sub-2 earned run average. It will be interesting tonight on the Hill as we're looking at a couple of guys that will be on big league heels before long. Time to bring in baseball insider for ESPN.com, Keith Law, who I know you like both of these pitchers. You watch them closely. You talk to scouts. Let's start with Aaron Nola here. What's the perception of Aaron Nola?
Very high probability big league starter, middle to the back of a big league rotation, but a guy who has low risk of failure, low risk of not getting to that level, and probably moves fairly quickly through the minor leagues because he's so polished. There's a little bit of a concern. It's a lowish arm slot. You don't see a lot of big league starters who come from that low. But Nola's had 3 years of success now. He has very good command. He has average to above average stuff across the board. And, of course, he's playing in one of the premier programs in the country. So I think he goes probably somewhere between the 6th overall pick in the first round and the 15th, which would put him smack in the middle.
All right, so his opponent tonight is Chris Ellis, who's quietly having a really good season as well as Nola here. Where do you see Ellis?
I think he could go as high as the 3rd round if the team thinks he has a good chance to start. But the industry consensus is that he probably profiles better as a reliever. He doesn't have a clear out pitch to help him succeed as a starter. And unless he were to gain velocity at some point after signing, it's more likely that he goes to the bullpen where his fastball might play up a little bit. I spoke to a scout today who has seen most of the country, most of the elite guys. He thought probably 4th or 5th round. But having talked to some other teams that think there's at least a chance Ellis could start in pro ball or in the big leagues, I think that would push him up into 3rd round territory.
That's ESPN.com baseball insider Keith Law.
What is Ellis? What is Ellis?
All right, take a look at the SEC standings. Entering tonight, Florida. This is, again, by division, of course. Florida leading the East by a game over South Carolina. And Alabama with a 1-game lead on Ole Miss, but LSU is right behind them. In fact, if LSU gets the win tonight, they would jump Ole Miss in the standings right now in the SEC West. You look at Ole Miss and some of the guys that have really improved from last season to this season. Ben, take us through this here. You look at Will Allen. You mentioned how much better he's been over the course of the season. How about Austin Boosfield, too?
Yeah, I mean, all those guys. I mean, again, when you talk about improving 32 points, that's unheard of. That's the biggest jump in all of college baseball. Orvis is their power guy. I mean, Orvis leads them with 8 home runs. Allen's batting .353, leads them with 40 home runs, and Anderson is their guy with the best batting average. So they're just a better club from top to bottom in every category, not just offensively.
Mike mentioned it. Those guys been there. They've not only been there a long time, they've been in the lineup a long time, and they've done a good job.
And they're facing a guy tonight, here in just a couple of minutes, Aaron Nola, who hits his spots. He does not give much up. I mean, if you're sitting there and you're talking to your Rebels about how to approach Nola tonight, what do you tell them?
Well, I think the one thing is the left-handed hitters is going to give Ole Miss an advantage. You would think. However, Nola's better against left-handers than he is against right-handed. So I think you take away one side of the plate. I think you zone hit him a little bit, and you give him something out of respect for him and say, hey, we're going to give up the inner half, but anything you throw in the outer half, we're going to hunt.
It's a good lineup he's facing. What do you do if you're Aaron Nola, Ben?
Well, I mean, and he's right. Nola does get the lefties out better, but the reason is his best side of the plate is away arm side, which is away to left-handed. You'll see him pepper that outside corner. That's his favorite side. Nola's going to be aggressive. He may change his approach. Instead of going with a lot of fastballs early, he may start to mix in the breaking ball with a very free-swinging team. So that'll be the game within the game to see what Ole Miss does and how
Ole Miss.
Let's go sit back and watch these guys on the call. Dave?
Well, Dari, it is a great night for a little SEC on ESPN. Thursday night baseball, a top 10 showdown. LSU and Ole Miss, number 7, number 10. Over 10,000 will be on hand to watch this guy, Aaron Nola, with an ERA of .7. 5th best number in the country. He has been at times unhittable. He has just been a marvel this year. And we should have an exciting evening of baseball as these two Western Division teams trying to climb up that ladder and catch guess who? The Alabama Crimson Tide. 1 game ahead of Ole Miss, game and a half in front of LSU. Tell you what, it is a wild race on both sides in the SEC this year, and it will no doubt come down to the final weekend of the regular season. Ole Miss, they have won 8 of their last 9. LSU has won 8 of their last 9. And a pleasant good evening, everybody. I'm Dave Neal. These are my All-Americans. Chris Burke of Tennessee, Kyle Peterson from Stanford. And while we're talking about the pitchers, let's start with KP and Aaron Nola. We've talked about him in the pregame show. We talked about him here. In your eyes, why is he perhaps the best pitcher in college baseball?
I think it starts with fastball command, and that's the one thing that you will see with Nola. From a walks to strikeout standpoint, it all happens because of this. The ability to throw the fastball on both sides of the plate. He can back it up against those left-handers and then run that two-seamer away. But there's the difference maker for him. When he gets ahead, to drop that slider at any time. We haven't seen Nola use the changeup as much. I think you'll see it more tonight because of the left-handers in this lineup. Here's the last 2 weeks, 23 strikeouts and 4 walks. That's what sets him apart. The control with a mid-90s fastball, the ability to throw 2 more for a strike, and confidence. 3rd year, 3rd time around this league. When he goes out there, that team knows what they're going to get.
He has just been dynamite. Those last 2 games, those numbers, I think, speak for themselves. Now, if you're a hitter and you got to face this guy, if you're Ole Miss, you got to feel pretty good. You got 5 guys, your top 5 guys in the lineup, all hitting over 300. This is an impressive group offensively from Ole Miss.
Yeah, and it's a versatile group. They lead the league in stolen bases. They're 2nd in the league in home runs, and there's some players that have really made some jumps. Will Allen struggled last year, maybe out of position. This year, back at catcher, really swinging the bat well. Probably their most consistent hitter, Austin Bosfield, a dynamic playmaker, can steal bases, can hit the ball in the gap, and can take the ball deep. Plays a great center field, and probably their most dangerous hitter, Sykes Orvis, 2nd in the league in home runs, 8 home runs. You know he'd like to get one tonight off Nola.
Well, the guy that's going to try to shut down the LSU bats, a guy that we haven't really talked a lot about, Kyle, but he certainly has been stellar this year.
Tell you what, Ole Miss is 8-1 on Friday nights, and this is one of the biggest reasons why. Ellis has been consistent the entire year. Fastball command is key. If he can get out in front of these LSU hitters, will throw the change in all counts to lefties and righties. The key tonight for Ellis, continue to pitch to contact. He's not a big strikeout guy. Gets early contact, that's when he has success.
Well, here's the lineup. The Pulmonary filled out tonight. McMullen, Laird. Bregman in the 3-hole has got to get it going. Tyler Moore behind the plate. Stevenson, Connor Hale, Christian Ibarra. Numbers down a little bit from a year ago. And Kramer Robertson rounds out the 9 offensively for LSU. But Bregman's the guy. I mean, it's just been, there's no other way to say it. He's been in a slump. You see the last 19 games hitting less than 170. There are a couple of guys in that lineup. The Pulmonary said that, we just thought they'd hit better this year, and they just flat out hadn't done it. Not to say that they can't get it rolling right now. First pitch to Sean McMullen in there for a strike. Chris Ellis on the mound for Ole Miss with a 1.85 ERA. McMullen at 273 on the year. Chopped foul. We'll do it again at 0-2.
Interesting pitch there. 0-2 changeup right out of the gate, Cal. You wonder if that's the book there on McMullen. Not usually a put-away pitch on 0-2.
Well, I mean, I think the one thing for Ellis, it's his second best. I think he was just trying to run it down and out of the zone. He got lucky, too, because it caught a little bit too much. McMullen fouled it off.
Boy, Allen is really getting out there on that outside part of the play. I don't know that that's a strike, even if Ellis hits the mitt there.
Did he go? Yes, he did. McMullen doesn't agree with it, but he'll head back to the dugout. Strikeout for Ellis and the Rebels out number 1.
So they sit back. You see 2 different off-speed pitches from Ellis through the changeup 0-2. Now 1-2. We're going to throw the breaking ball closest to whether or not it looked like McMullen might have held up. But see immediately checking down to third base. Donald Gilmore said yes, he did. Sean McMullen said no, I didn't. The only one that matters is Gilmore down at third base.
Well, here's the number 2 man in the lineup, Mark Laird, sophomore out of Monroe, Louisiana, playing out in right field. Fly ball right center. Bosfield will cover some ground and make the catch. Out number 2 of the inning. As you look at the numbers on Ellis this year with that 1.8 ERA, 5-0 record though.
He's been the Friday guy, and I think that was the question for Ole Miss coming into this year. No more Bobby Wall, no more Mike Myers. Who's going to pick up the Friday night starts? Chris Ellis has done everything you wanted to. 5-0 on the year. The team is 8-1 on Friday nights when he's on the mound.
You got to wonder tonight, too, as much hype as there is about Aaron Nola, you got to wonder about the psyche of Chris Ellis coming out, being almost kind of the other guy tonight. You got to believe he's dialed in and focused, trying to put his best foot forward here tonight.
.82 miles an hour for a strike to Alex Bregman. Boy, did this young man bust out last year as a freshman. The shortstop for LSU had an unbelievable campaign. Looks at a strike. Off-speed pitch.
How about that? So we go breaking ball for a ball and then change up to the right-handed hitter. Now back 1-2. Bregman still hadn't seen a fastball, and Ellis can run it up there 93, 94 at times.
Got it. Inning over. A couple of strikeouts. McMullen goes down, Bregman goes down, and the Tigers go 1, 2, 3.
How about Ellis saying, you know what, I could be a strikeout guy too. 2 strikeouts in the first inning. The first one on a check swing. This time 4 pitches to Bregman, not 1 fastball. 2 breakables, 2 changeups. The last breakable in a pretty good spot to get Bregman looking. Pretty good start right there for Ellis, and I think the key was he did stay within himself. Berkey, you talked about it. In this inning, everybody's talking about Nola. This kid's had a pretty darn good year himself. Can't have a better first inning.
Well, yeah, and an impressive sequence there from Bregman. As you said, 2 backdoor changeups and a big breaking ball to put him away.
Well, guys, big weekend as we hit the midway point of the conference slate, and Vanderbilt and Arkansas going at it. Vanderbilt is a club that's really been up and down. They got to get Tyler Beatty going. And I think an interesting showdown in Gainesville as Georgia's making some noise.
Yeah, they did. I mean, last weekend we saw that first game, and I think we thought, all right, Tennessee's going to run away with this series and win it. But Georgia wins games 2 and 3 in the series. Scott Strickland's club get to be at a better spot. But how about Florida? First in RPI right now. Large part of that, they swept Florida State.
And we got some good interleague rivalries or matchups this weekend. Kentucky going on the road to play Texas A&M. A.J. Reed's been red hot, but the Cats as a whole have not played real well away from Lexington. Let's see if they can get a big road win this weekend.
Kentucky just 5-6 on the road. Mike Bianco, his club and the lineup he filled out looks like this. Braxton Lee, Austin Bosfield hitting .337. Then there's Anderson at .356. Those top 5 all hitting over .300. J.B. Woodman, a freshman, they're real high on. Will Jamison, Preston Overby, and another freshman rounds out the lineup. The shortstop Robinson hitting .294 on the year. There's Austin Bosfield, who leads the conference with 55 hits on the year. He will lead things off against Aaron Nola. And when you look at Nola, Kyle, give us your scouting report.
I think he's been the best in the country on the mound this year so far. Fastball to 94. That's the biggest difference. If you saw Nola 2 years ago, Nola now. Fastball's bumped up to a part that it can be a power fastball. Curveball at any time. I think the question tonight is, will he need the change? I think against this offense, he will. He came in, changeup was probably his second best pitch when he got to LSU. Curveball's replaced it to that point. We'll see if he can find the change. It'll be a really tough night for these Ole Miss hitters.
So as Braxton Lee comes to the plate, what's the mindset, Chris, of a guy, your first look at a guy like Aaron Nola? What are you looking to do?
Well, what I'm looking to see from the Ole Miss perspective, are we going to be aggressive or are we trying to run the pitch count up? And my guess is here at home, with the way they've been swinging the bats, they're going to go out there and try to take the fastball away from them and see if they can't get this house jumping here early.
Base hit right back up the middle. Boy, good start for Ole Miss, and that's got to do a confidence builder for the whole lineup.
Well, and that's exactly what I mean. That could be easy there for Braxton Lee to take that pitch and say, well, I'm a leadoff hitter, I'm going to work the count, but instead he goes up there and barrels up the first heater that Nola gets over the plate. Big start for Ole Miss.
That's the pitch you're going to have to hit because he's going to live with that two-seam fastball down and away. If you force him to throw that fastball more on the inside part of the left-handed hitters, that means they're staying on that ball away.
Here's Austin Bossfield, center fielder. 3 homers, 24 runs batted in. Runner goes. Lee, head first slide. In there safely, his 20th stolen base on the year in 23 attempts.
Well, the hitter in me's grinning because as an offensive player, you got to love the start. You hit a bullet up the middle. Now you aggressively take the first opportunity you get. And Mike Bianco told us Braxton Lee is a green light guy. And I love the aggressiveness right out of the gate. Now let's see if they can capitalize and get the first run across the board.
There's the bunt, but foul down the line.
We saw the stolen base by Braxton Lee, and the one thing to watch with Nola is he can be long to home plate. He's not real short. You can see a lot of times guys will slide step, try to be a little bit closer or a little bit quicker towards home plate. But with that high leg kick and the speed of Braxton Lee, that's with the break he had, he's going to steal that bag every time.
.086, 6 for 70. Opponents are against Nola with runners in scoring position. That is just incredible. Fouled straight back.
Well, and now if you're Braxton Lee, you got to be hunting a breaking ball. And if you can get that from second base, if you can somehow dial in on the signs and pick a curveball to run on here, what a time to steal third base and now move yourself 90 feet closer to the first run of this ball game.
Lee stands at second. Nobody out here in the bottom of the first. The ball is shot back to Bregman. Hit it hard, but right at the LSU shortstop for out number 1.
Got away with one. They got away with one. This ball was hit right on the screws, too, but it's a fastball to plus count that's belt high right down the middle. A lot of times this ball from Nola will move in. Pretty good break, though, on second base by Braxton Lee. I mean, first of all, he's going to get out of the way, and then second, to get back there. Momentum of Bregman taking him to the bag, but Lee gets back in time.
So here's Austin Anderson. Nola out of Baton Rouge. Went to Catholic High School. That just misses.
So 5 left-handed hitters in this Ole Miss lineup, and this is what you're going to see on this infield a lot tonight. Kramer Robertson, the second baseman, pushing over towards first base. Bregman will hold the base runner. Because of the speed of Lee, we've already seen it. Bregman's going to have to keep him close.
Anderson hitting .356 for Ole Miss. He looks at a strike. Anderson 6th in the conference in batting average. This Ole Miss team tied with Kentucky for the top spot. And batting average. Both teams hitting .310. The only two clubs, as a matter of fact, in the SEC hitting over .290. Ole Miss coming off a series win against Mississippi State last weekend. Lost a heartbreaker in extra innings after having a 5-2 lead in the 10th. They ended up losing 6-5 in front of an NCAA record crowd on Saturday, and then came back and answered the call on Sunday and won the series 2-1 against their rivals from Starkville. Another breaking ball. That one stays inside.
This is a pitch that to me is interesting. So we go back-to-back breakables, and he doubled up. So the last pitch, Anderson fouls it off down the right field. Said that was almost the exact same pitch, but Anderson lays it off. You could see he saw the spin a lot better that time. See if he comes back, throws that two-seam fastball in on the plate. Look at that back foot of Anderson, almost right on the chalk line.
That one's low. It's full. 3-2.
Yeah, and what I don't like about that pitch is early in the game you got to establish that fastball, and he goes change up down and away, and as you pointed out, Kyle, and I'm dialed in on that as well, is Austin Anderson is on that white line. I mean, he is hugging the plate, and Nola has got to show these hitters he's not going to let them get out over that home plate and take the outside part of the plate away from him. That was a great pitch to come in on. Let's see if he tries it here.
Breaking ball hammered into the LSU dugout.
The book on Nola is he likes the arm side of the plate. And obviously a situation like this, the one pitch you haven't shown him is the heater in, which is Nola's glove side. I think he's got him set up. The question is, can he execute the pitch?
Anderson's only struck out 11 times all year.
There it was.
Yeah, you can make it 12.
There it was, and it was, I mean, he had it. I think he had it the entire at bat, especially when he got to 2 strikes, and part of it is the way that Anderson was set up at the plate. But you still got to make the pitch. It's a two-seam fastball. Basically, everything he throws is in the freeze of Anderson is because it looks like it's going to be inside, but he crawls on top of the plate. Nola dotted it for his first strikeout of the game.
TV does not do that pitch justice. That pitch almost looks middle by the time it finishes, but don't kid yourself. When that ball is released, it's at Anderson's front hip.
Those guys got their pencils out just a minute ago, too, because that's the one you want to see. Control the fastball to both sides of the plate, and he does. He prefers the arm side, but he can make that one, too.
Those are major league scouts lining the wall, getting a look at Aaron Nola.
It's an old baseball adage that sometimes the first inning is the best time to get the game's best pitchers. Ole Miss with a great start, a couple bullets early. It would be a big momentum boost for LSU and Aaron Nola if they can get out of this inning without any runs.
There's Will Allen hitting in the cleanup spot. The Ole Miss catcher at 353 looks at a nasty breaking ball, and he's behind 0-2.
Now watch the difference. So there's an 0-1 breaking ball, and it was flat. It works, but it's flat. Now watch the next one. If he comes back with a breaking ball, it's going to have a lot more depth and try to miss down and away. So that one got the freeze from Will Allen. If he comes back with a breaking ball down and away, he'll have a lot more depth going down and away from the right-handed hitter.
Got it. Well, after an initial base hit to Braxton Lee, we get to see a little bit of Aaron Nola at work. Just nasty stuff.
Fastball, breaking ball, he can dial it up whenever he wants to. Impressive first inning for both.
ESPNU College Baseball is brought to you by Nissan, innovation that excites. And Golden Corral, help yourself to happiness. We go to the top of the second inning, scoreless. Ole Miss with the only hit in the first inning off the bat of Braxton Lee. But this has been a road trip for LSU that began in Memphis yesterday as Paul Maneri wanted his guys to go to St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. And not only put some smiles on some of the children that have been less fortunate, but he wanted his guys to understand how lucky they are to be putting on an LSU baseball uniform, and said it was just a marvelous day spent at St. Jude's, and felt like his guys got a lot out of it, and so did all the baseball fans and the kids and their parents at St. Jude's. Just a good idea by the coach to get the guys together.
Yeah, really cool. That St. Jude's does amazing work. Paul said they bust up in the middle of the night, went to the hotel, slept for about 4 or 5 hours, went to St. Jude, and made their way down here last night and got a practice in.
Cade Savick will step in. He's behind 0-2 on Ellis. That one misses outside, 1-2.
See the difference in breaking balls too between Ellis. That was close. Between Ellis and Nola. Ellis is going to be kind of the true curveball, top to bottom break. That one just off the plate away.
Well, another strikeout for Ellis. That's his 3rd of the game.
One thing you see with Ellis is the angle. Watch the angle to this downhill heater. Savick trying to just protect there with 2 strikes, but incredible angle to that fastball. Savick unable to catch a piece. Ellis with a red-hot start.
So Tyler Moore will step in. The junior out of Baton Rouge, went to Dunham High School. He looks at a ball low. Moore, a career .269 hitter for LSU.
We talked about the scouts and everybody showing up to see Nola. They're showing up to see Ellis too, and that's the one thing. Ellis realizes a situation like this, obviously a big game from a standing standpoint, but a big game from an eyes standpoint. A lot of important eyes back by home plate to see both these guys tonight.
Did you get into the matchup deal?
Oh yeah.
When you take the mound and you knew there was another guy across from you?
I went toe to toe with Randy Flores for, I mean, it seemed like every other week when he was at SC, because we'd play him 2 times a year. Yeah, it was a blast.
3-0 fastball in there for a strike.
And you know when they're standing back there too. You can see every one of them.
Now it's full 3-2.
There is a lot of opportunity for these young athletes out here today. Obviously Ellis and Nola, the 2 guys that have the ball in their hand every pitch, but the position players as well. A big night against one of these top arms, and you can certainly make a name for yourself as well.
Got him looking. Oh.
About that changeup. So we talk about Nola's fastball in the inside part of the plate. For a left-hander, now this is a missed spot. When he throws the changeup, fastball fouled off, then he comes back with it. You're not going to try to throw that changeup on the inside part of the plate, but the extension is so good, it actually brought it back over the plate. Started off, came back on. It's the same action as Nola had with a fastball. Not the ideal spot to throw it. I think it surprised the left-handed hitter.
Andrew Stevenson steps in. Andrew leading the conference, .376 average for the sophomore. That one misses inside. We talk about guys making strides for Ole Miss offensively. You want to talk about a guy who's made strides offensively for LSU. It's this guy.
Well, he's changed quite a few things mechanically. You see the way he's laying that bat off.
See if they can get him. Stevenson can fly. Close play at first. Paul Maneri's coming out of the dugout. Stevenson thought he had it.
Well, Stevenson's right. Thought he had it because he did have it.
Paul Maneri could read his lips, says that wasn't even a close play. Joe Marion at first base, our umpire. You get another look at it.
Well, what I like here from Anderson is how quickly he gets to his feet. You see Stevenson gets the foot down just in time. Orvis will tell you all you need to know. He's not flying off that bag. He feels Stevenson hit the bag before the ball gets there, as he does. Anderson rewarded for the great play, and let's be honest, it's the home crowd, and those are some of the calls that go your way when you're here at home.
Well, Paul Maneri Not going to get the answer he's looking for, but we'll move to the bottom of the second on the other side. Oh, the group in right field. He'll make some noise. Great scene if a ball leaves the yard. They all throw their beverage up in the air, and then it's time to duck.
Well, this is a guy that can make that happen.
You see Orvis, Woodman, and Jamison, 5, 6, and 7. And this is a guy at the plate right now that's swinging a very hot bat. And he got one high in the air. Is it deep enough? It is long enough to go over. Home run. Sykes Orvis with his 9th home run, his 29th RBI, only the 4th home run allowed by Aaron Nola. Sends the Swayze Field crowd into a frenzy here in the second. Now it's J.B. Woodman. Sykes Orvis launched one in Starkville in right center, a place where nobody hits home runs. There's a strike by Woodman. So Woodman 1-1 at the plate. 293 on the year. The DH lays down a bunt, and it is perfect. Base hit.
Well, it's obvious Ole Miss's game plan this evening is to be aggressive, and Sykes Orvis is going to show you what it looks like to get ready to hit a first pitch fastball. And folks, that is a home run hack. He actually misses this ball. Look at the extension and the path to get to that baseball. Fortunately for him, he catches just enough and he hits it to the right part of the park. And great effort there from Laird. Actually,
he had a glove on it.
Oh, sure
he had a glove on it that just knocked it right out of his glove. Remember Jeff Jenkins' swing?
Yes.
That finish looks just like Jenkins used to.
There goes the runner. That's slapped foul.
Look out, Cliff.
Cliff Godwin over third base. Former coach at LSU before coming over to Ole Miss. Or, excuse me, with Paul Maneri at Notre Dame. Those two guys got to know each other quite well.
You can just see Ole Miss continues to be aggressive at the first pitch, and you better believe LSU is taking note of that. Nola's going to have to tighten it up on the first pitch. He can't just think get ahead. He's got to make quality pitches on the first pitch.
The other thing they're doing, their left-handed hitters are all crawling on top of the plate. So that two-seam fastball that Nola lives with, instead of outside corner, looks middle to him.
Will Jamison, the junior out of Memphis. His 82nd start in his Ole Miss career.
Nola, the first sign that he's paying attention to the fact that Lee got on there and ran first pitch. He wants to lay kick. He wants to throw under his normal cadence and his normal rhythm. Ole Miss is going to try to take that away from him by being aggressive and stealing bases.
Strike to Jamison, and then Tyler Moore just kind of showing off his arm.
I would say, so what you just saw there tells you everything you need to know about what's in the mind on the mound and behind home plate right now. For the first time, Nola was quick up towards home plate, and that time Moore was up and throwing before he even saw the base runner go. They are very aware of Woodman on first base right now.
Got him. First out of the inning, Woodman, you had to know that they were going to come to first base.
Well, and you got to know they're going to come with the good one. That front knee is the key. The front knee breaks, and a lot of times that's when that base runner will, you see that first movement. The front knee, and it's the balk move, and they call it a balk move for a reason. You're trying to get the base runner to go when you break that front knee, and then you spin and throw.
Well, and the mistake there from Woodman is the fact that he does not wait for the leg to disengage the ground. He's trying to get too big of a jump, and Nola's slow enough. Once he kicks with his high leg kick, you can steal the base. A little antsy there cost him.
There's that fastball on the inside part of the plate again, and I think this is the one he's really going to have to live on because it'll create more room away. Left-handed hitters crawl on top of the plate. You show consistently the ability to make that pitch, which Nola has over the course of the year. Back him off, then you got more room on the outside part.
Preston Overby steps in. By the way, that is 87 strikeouts this year for Nola. 31 of those have been looking. Overby, the senior out of Jackson, Tennessee.
On the book on Overby is that he is an ultra aggressive swinger, and they know that obviously coming out breaking ball to start this AB.
Another breaking ball.
Okay, throw it again. See two swings like you just saw. I know he's thrown 3 in a row, but to me, the hitter has to give you a reason to change the approach. Overby hasn't done it in this at bat yet. Look at that.
Well, Sykes Orvis, though, he wasn't fooled. He went up to the plate, first pitch, and does this.
Well, Sykes Orvis giving the fans what they came to see, which is a big blast.
Get the umbrella.
The home crowd getting into it. Ole Miss takes a 1-0 lead.
Sykes Orvis with the home run, his 9th of the year, gives Ole Miss the lead. Berkey, break down his swing for us.
Well, we're going to talk about what it looks like to catch a fastball out in front. When you're getting geared up to hit a heater, this is what catching a ball out in front looks like. Look how he's catching that out in front of home plate as the path is starting to work up. And watch the finish of a home run hitter here as he gets to extension. Kind of Big Poppy-ish as he finished there with the beautiful upward arc that launches that ball into the bullpen. As I said, he misses that ball a little bit and still gets it out.
Connor Hale, first man up for LSU this inning. Connor hitting in the 7th spot, first baseman. 278 on the year for the junior. Ibarra, then Robertson. There's another strike. You know, Paul, Mike Bianco told us this afternoon in our meetings with him that you got to get LSU early. You got to attack. You got to be aggressive. Because if you give them a lead, it's virtually impossible. Well, they've done offensively their part, and it looks like Ellis is kind of feeling pretty good out in the hill. No, Ellis wanted it.
He did. Will Allen didn't do him any favors back by home plate either. Watch him go get this, and I think some of the action of a catcher, if you go down like that, see that right leg? That right leg goes down. A lot of times it tricks the home plate umpire.
That's off the plate.
Hey, the book on Ellis coming in was the changeup as the plus off speed pitch, but the breaking ball has been very sharp here early on.
Four strikeouts for Ellis. His career high is 7. And there's a walk. Well, ESPNU's coverage of SEC baseball continues Sunday when Taylor Gushu and the Gators host the Bulldogs at McKeithen Stadium. It's SEC baseball. Georgia, Florida, 18th ranked Gators, noon on ESPNU. Yeah, this Florida team may only be ranked 18th in the country, but they have had some very impressive wins of late, including taking 2 of 3 from South Carolina over the weekend. There's a strike to Christian Ibarra, the third baseman.
So you get 2 of 3 against South Carolina. They swept LSU earlier this year. And then the other thing from an RPI standpoint that helps them so much is a midweek sweep over 3 straight weeks of Florida State. One of those games on the road, the other at a neutral site. And those neutral site road wins end up counting a lot more from an RPI standpoint.
That misses to Ibarra. 2-1 to count. .278 for Ibarra, 3 homers, 17 runs batted in. You see over at first base Connor Hale. Connor has yet to attempt a stolen base on the year. That ball is smoked past Orvis into right field. Hale around second. He will wind up at third. And now the Tigers in business, first and third, and nobody out here in the third.
And every once in a while, a plan comes together perfectly, and you get the perfect pitch to execute the hit and run. And of course, the hitter still has to do his job. Look, the hit and run jump, looks in there to make sure Ibarra's gotten the ball on the ground. Watch this piece of hit in there. Gets a perfect pitch to do it on. Doesn't let it get so deep that he hits it foul, and a rocket into right field. And now LSU in a great position to tie this ball game up.
He heard Dave Neal said he hadn't even attempted a stolen base the entire season. He heard you.
Wanted
Take
to go.
That.
Yeah. Now he stands at third.
Put it on himself.
Here's Kramer Robinson. He will hit in the 9th spot. The second baseman, 176 on the year.
176, but it's an efficient 176, Dave. 16 RBIs and only 74 ABs. He's made his hits count, and he comes up again here with another chance to drive in a run.
He looks at a strike. A freshman out of McGregor, Texas. He fouls that straight back.
We talked about Ellis not really being a strikeout guy. He has been so far today. These are the spots on the mound you think strikeout. So nobody out, guys in first and third. You get a strikeout here, roll a ground ball, you're out of it. See if he buries that breaking ball again.
Talked about Robert's efficiency with runners on third and making the most out of his hits. He's come up to bat 11 times with a runner on third and less than 2 outs. 11 for 11 in those situations. Another opportunity here. Situational hitting such a big part of being a good offensive club.
Popped him up right side. Foul territory. Sykes Orvis makes the catch.
Good time to elevate the fastball right here, too. So we've thrown him the breakable, and that breakable coming out of the exact same slot. From the hitter's standpoint, you're reacting to what you see first. This time, though, the fastball just stays there. You can see that swing just getting under it. If it's a breakable, it probably centers it up. That time, the fastball pops it up. That's just as good of as a strikeout if you're Chris Ellis. And you roll a ground ball, got a chance to get out of this thing.
So top of the order, Sean McMullen will step in. Sean struck out to start this game. Wasn't too happy with the call to play, but he hits this one deep to left. Braxton Lee to the track, makes the catch, and that'll be deep enough to score Connor Hale from third, and LSU has tied this up. Well, I tell you what, McMullen, who has 1 home run on the year, didn't miss that one by much.
Well, and what I like about this is here's a hitter getting up there aggressively hunting a fastball. Watch him keep the barrel up. That's an easy ball to foul off sideways, but looking for the fastball, gets it and doesn't miss it. Almost drives this ball out of the ballpark. But LSU executes, LSU responds, and now right back in this ball game, tied up 1 apiece.
Boy, nice answer by LSU to get on the board here in the third. Mark Laird, the right fielder, flew out to center his first time up.
Of course, if you're Mike Bianco, you're thinking about that leadoff walk always scores.
Fouled at the plate.
Breaking ball in 2-2, misses just a little down, then you walk Hale, and it turns into a game-time run.
It's amazing what one pitch can make a difference. You get that call on that breaking ball, the inning's totally different.
That hit right in the hip. That is the 6th hit batter of the year for Ellis. And that'll put runners at first and second with 2 down.
That one he just tugged, trying to throw that fastball on the inside part of the plate. And I like the approach against Laird because Laird really wants to take it the other way. It's a lot harder to get the barrel to it if you crowd him, throw that fastball inside. That one, though, Ellis just held on too long. Mike Bianco going to make the slow walk out to the mound as Alex Bregman starts to make his way towards home plate.
Bregman, his first time, struck out looking. We talked about and a little bit of a slump for Bregman, a shortstop out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. But here's his pitch-by-pitch last at bat.
He's not going to see a fastball, so it's a breaking ball down and away. Now we're going to go back-to-back changeups. So changeup down in the zone. Now we'll go changeup away to get it to 1-2. And here comes the breaking ball again. So 4 pitches, 4 off-speed pitches to Bregman, 2 curveballs, 2 changeups. And we'll see if the approach is any different this time.
Well, he didn't miss with any of them. You know, and if you're Bregman, you're sitting there, you go back to the dugout. Obviously, you never want to strike out looking, but Ellis executes. And here, this is the type of at-bat you need your star hitter to perform. And you see the numbers there. He has really struggled. Now the guy in the lineup, no cats, no rhymes. Bregman has the star on his back, has not responded to this point. Obviously, still a lot of season in front of us. These are the types of at-bats they need their star hitter to come through for them in.
So with 2 down, runners at first and second. Ellis working to Bregman, and Bregman's yet to take the bat off his shoulder. Looked at 4 pitches the first at bat. Looks at 1 here. Bregman, the only player at LSU to start all 38 games this year. That's down the dirt. Nice play back there by Will Allen.
Well, and if you're Bregman, it's in your head at this point. So you've seen 6 pitches, all breaking balls. As you see Allen do a really good job of getting around that baseball and securing it. But, you know, it's kind of that cat and mouse. He's got to throw a fastball at some point, you're thinking. But yet at this point, it's been nothing. Yeah, or does he? Who blinks first?
Bregman was last year's National Freshman of the Year. First team All-American. Fly ball left side. Braxton Lee says he has it, and he does in left center. But LSU answers. They tie it up at 1. We'll go to the bottom of the 3rd. LSU and Ole Miss tied at 1. We go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Always an interesting series for a number of reasons when LSU and Ole Miss get together. But for Mike Bianco, it's a little bit more special, as he was a 2-year starter for Coach Skip Bertman in '88 and '89. He was the starting catcher and team captain on the '89 team that finished 3rd at the College World Series. He actually homered in a 6-3 win over Miami as the Tigers advanced to the semifinals. He worked behind the plate for guys like Ben McDonald, Russ Springer, Curtis Laskanik, John O'Donohue, Chad O.J., Paul Byrd, just to name a few guys that he was able to catch. And certainly a lot of loyalty to LSU and Skip Bertman in particular.
Had some good conversation today about Skip Bertman, and he does a great impression.
It was spot on. Spot on, Skip Bertman today.
So Robinson, the number 9 hitter, will step in for that man, Mike Bianco, and then it's the top of the order, Braxton Lee and Austin Bosfield. Here's a young man in Errol Robinson, a shortstop that has a very high ceiling. Fouls it straight back. Robinson, the first Ole Miss freshman to start at shortstop since Zach Cozart back in 2005. Robinson very familiar with the Ole Miss campus. Grandparents live here in Oxford. Sister was a diamond girl for the Rebels.
Well, it shows you what they think of this youngster, because Zach Cozart obviously making a name for himself as an everyday shortstop for the Cincinnati Reds, one of the great players to ever come through this program. What an honor it is to start here as a true freshman at shortstop. Such a competitive program. They recruit at such a high level. Shows you how much they think this youngster, what a bright future they believe he has. And just playing the position alone, how difficult that is at this age in this league.
His mom also graduated from Ole Miss. He looks at a strike there. 3-2 now. Fouls it straight back. I mean, he's playing high school ball last year. Now he's facing Aaron Nola. I don't think he saw anything like this in high school.
No, it's a bit of a jump. Yeah, it's a bit of a jump.
I like this at bat, though, because of how patient he was. He worked to count to 3-1, took a fastball 3-2. That time fouled one off that might have been just out of the zone, but pitch count going north.
Well, that's his first taste of an Aaron Nola fastball in the outer half with 2 strikes. It didn't go so well.
This is the spot. Again, we talked about Nola more comfortable arm side, so what would be a fastball inside to the right-hander. He's shown the ability to throw this one consistently so far today. 300 career strikeouts for Nola. Got a ways to go to catch Rodon, but still, that's a heck of a 3 years in Baton Rouge.
Now it's the top of the order. Braxton Lee looks at a strike. He singled to start this game. Had a stolen base, got to second, but then Ballsfield lined out, and then back-to-back strikeouts looking to end the first frame. Lee looks at another strike.
And there's the changeup. Nola now showing you all his tricks. The hard four-seamer in that stays true, not the one that runs back. And then the changeup that starts front door and comes back middle has him set up to do really whatever he wants to here on 0-2.
Braxton Lee came here from Pearl River Community College. Chopper to third. Ibarra scoops, fires, and just does get him out number 2. Well, we bring you a college softball doubleheader out of the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference Friday as Maryland Eastern Shore faces the Hampton Pirates. First game starts at 1, then it's game 2 at 3:30. It's a college softball doubleheader. Maryland Eastern Shore and Hampton beginning Friday at 1 o'clock on ESPNU. Boy, I was just looking that shot out in right field where the students pack it in. Easter weekend, no school tomorrow. A little bit of a question of how many students would actually be out in right field. I think they're there.
They showed up.
They did.
See you tomorrow, Mom, but I'm going to hang out here tonight.
1-1 to Ballsfield, the center fielder. Hit it hard, right on the button, but right at Bregman, it's shortstop. This is the 162nd career start for Austin Ballsfield. Career .285 hitter. I think one of the most amazing numbers is the fact that Ballsfield has had 1 error in 375 chances in the outfield.
Well, pretty comfortable plugging him into center field day in and day out.
When you expect them to make, this is the Southeastern Conference, you expect them to make the catches, where that really shows up is on all the do-or-die balls where you're charging, hitting the cutoff man, all the little things that keep base runners in position to help win ball games.
He's riding a 9-game hit streak. During that streak, he's hitting .333.
Comes a slider. Lined out on a fastball last time. That time found it straight back. Here comes a slider down and away. Now that one had more depth. And that's the one thing sometimes with Nola, if there's any knock at all, and there's not too many, sometimes he'll get around the slider and he'll flatten the fastball out a little bit. When the slider has that break, more depth to it, so much harder for a right-handed hitter to stay on it and center it out.
Field hanging in there.
Well, you said it, Dave. That's exactly what he did. This isn't a beauty contest. When you're facing a guy like Aaron Nola with 2 strikes, it's about buckling down and doing whatever you can do to stay alive, wait him out, see if you can get a mistake, and get the barrel to the middle of the baseball.
Just off the plate. 3-2 now.
And this is where the stolen base comes into play as he spits on this fastball away. Great take there from Bosfield. Now on 3-2 with a base runner, you got to believe Nola's going to come back with a fastball. Doesn't want to walk it.
Fouled off at the plate.
One thing they are doing is they're pushing that pitch count up. Just shy of 50 already, so only the 1 run so far for Ole Miss, but 48 pitches already for Nola.
And what I like, they're pushing it up without being passive.
Yeah.
They've been aggressive, but yet so many good quality, mature at-bats has raised the level of the pitch count to the point where we're almost at 50 here in the 3rd.
Boy, nifty work at the plate. You know, that'll go down just as a straight walk, but unless you saw the at-bat, you wouldn't really appreciate it.
Well, a 10-pitch walk where in the middle of it, he fouls off 2 really good breaking balls, just barely gets the tip of the bat on him, but stays alive, waits him out, draws a walk, and now 12 for 12 in stolen bases is Bosfield. A chance to move into scoring position and see if Anderson can't give the Rebels a 2-1 lead.
Austin Anderson, one of 4 Austins on this Ole Miss roster, will step in, hitting in the 3-hole. The third baseman struck out looking his first time. If you're worried about pitch counts, Nola's averaged 105 pitches in his starts. This being start number 10 of the year.
Just a little quick the last 2 times with that fastball. So the fastball that ended up walking Bosfield, a little bit quick to the plate, and when he gets quick is when that arm angle will drop. Arm angle drops, ball sails just a little bit, and that's when you'll see it up in the zone. It'll move, but it moves flat, and a lot of times that movement will take it right out of the strike zone.
Nola has 1 pickoff today. We got J.B. Woodman in the 2nd inning.
The threat of the stolen base. Bosfield's been on. We've seen a pick, we've seen a slot step, and another pick, and you got a fastball hitter up to bat in Anderson. What a weapon.
One-0 changeup.
To me, this is a great pitch to run. It's 1-1. If you get thrown out, you can lead off with Anderson, but take the chance to get into scoring position here if you get the jump. Okay, Bosfield gets back awfully easy there at first base. I'd like to see him extend that lead. When you get back that easy off a guy's best move, you want to take another step and another step, just continue to extend that lead.
That was the one he tried to pick him off, and that's why Mike Bianco's coming out. So everything to that, the whole time this time the Bosfield has been on base. There's been moves, but not that one. They've been quick, but the difference is the front leg, and that's exactly what Mike Bianco is going to come out and argue right here. Now, being on the mound, my argument always was, how do you want me to spin and throw to first base if I can't break my front knee? Because you're going to try to spin and go that way. But that's what the discussion is about right here. And that's the one a lot of times it'll get the base runner. It got Woodman earlier in this game, and that time he was trying to pick Bosfield off.
Yeah, you see that
before trying to keep him close. That time trying to pick him off.
Right, and Kyle, you called it perfectly. That front knee buckles. The pitcher is supposed to kick and deliver.
So is it a balk? Is the question. Is that a balk or not?
I don't think it is, and here's the reason why. Because I mean, you stand with 2 feet on the ground, and you tell me how I'm going to jump and throw the ball to first base if I don't break that knee. Now, the idea is your momentum going home. Now, if that front knee breaks and your momentum goes home, yes, it is. That one's pretty close. That was pretty close.
Who you asking?
I like that.
Kyle, or you asking me?
Right.
That's why I started talking, and I was going to talk as long as I possibly could, so you couldn't say anything right there.
Excellent job right there, brother. But I'm in, and that's a balk.
So that's like the basketball version of the block charge.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it is. It is so 50-50. What side of the fence do you stand on?
I love that. Then you do it again.
Well, he's proven he's not going to call it, so you might as well stick with it. And as an Ole Miss base runner, you've got to commit to watching the foot leave the ground and trust that you can make it once the foot gets off the ground.
Chopper foul.
Better changeup that time, and I say that because of velocity. When we've seen Nola's changeup so far in this game, it's been 84, 85 miles an hour. That one was 82. That's when you're going to see the hitter out in front of it again. Velocity difference somewhere around 10 miles an hour. If it's 6 or 7, sometimes they can still run into it. That time 10 was enough to get Anderson out in front.
Got him swinging. So Nola comes back and gets yet another strikeout. 6 Ks. This time he gets Austin Anderson. We are tied at 1 after 3. The LSU Ole Miss top 10 showdown. Ole Miss got on the board first. Leadoff man in the second inning, Sykes Orvis. A high towering blast to right field, his 9th of the year. Aaron Nola, perhaps the best pitcher in America with a .7 ERA. Gave up that home run, but he has 6 strikeouts tonight. 5 of the 6 have been looking.
But that one too, that fastball has been able to stick on that side of the plate. So 3 hits for Ole Miss, 2 came in 1 inning. The big shot was the Sykes Orvis solo home run to right field. Nola as advertised so far. 6 strikeouts through 3, all knotted at 1.
So I'll start with UKP on Chris Ellis. What are your impressions to this point?
I think he's been great. I think what I like too is he's really thrown within himself. Now, I think the thing to watch for the rest of the game is, do you see more early contact? He's gone for the punch out when he's got into that 2-strike count, which, you know, it's been somewhat rare for him this year. The strikeout count wasn't that high, but it has been so far today.
Savic looks at a strike, 1-1. Now, from an LSU hitting perspective, what's your approach at the plate now that you've been through this rotation once?
Well, I think what to watch for is, does he come out with the same stuff second time through? A big adrenaline rush to start the game. You're at home. It's on national TV. You're up against Aaron Nola. The question is, will his stuff maintain? It was sharp early. And for LSU, we got to start seeing some more aggressive swings.
Right at Orvis, line drive, caught in the air, 1 down. 50 pitches in the books now for Ellis.
And that's a good start for LSU. Obviously, you don't want to see that ball go right at the first baseman, but Savic gets his best swing off, barrels up a ball. And I think Ellis, as sharp as he's been, he's pitching a little over his head with the 4 strikeouts early on. That's not usually his game. I think LSU is going to get their chances. They just need to make sure they capitalize.
Here's Tyler Moore. Boy, smokes it to center. Bossfield quickly backpedals and makes the catch.
How comfortable he goes to that ball. I mean, out in center field, we'll talk about Bossfield and just how comfortable and consistent he's been out in center, but that ball's hit pretty well. Absolutely no hesitation and no panic for Bossfield. First step was a good step and cruised to make the play. See that first step, so it's a little drop step. That ball right at the center fielder sometimes can be the toughest. That one he made look easy.
Andrew Stevenson. Close play his first time up, but called out on a ground ball. Scooped up by Anderson at third base. He was actually safe on our replays, but they called him out. They got Coach Maneri out of the dugout. Two 2-0 on Stevenson. I mean, Stevenson hit 193 last year in 54 games. He came into this one hitting 376. Draws a walk.
And what you're seeing from Stevenson is a hitter who, to me, looks like he's maturing as a leadoff type of guy. He can really run. He slaps the ball. He puts it on the ground. Center fielder. 376 leads your team, leads the league. All the makings of a really good leadoff hitter. It's interesting to me to still see him at the bottom of the lineup. I wouldn't be surprised if that's something that changes as the season continues for LSU.
Best on-base percentage on the entire club. It can still run a little bit, too.
And then went over Southern Miss on Tuesday night. He went 4 for 4 in that Wally Pontiff Classic. Oh, they thought they had him picked off. Sykes Orvis was on his way back to the dugout.
Now, this is just quick feet. That one wasn't the balk move, just quick feet.
Well, an excellent slide there to get to the back of that base. If he goes into the front, I think they get him. Good technique there to make sure you're at the backside of the base, make the tag a little bit longer for Orvis. Just got in ahead of that tag.
Connor Hale.
It's a good time to go right here. He's picked a few times. It's 0-1 count. You got a change-up breaking ball type of pitcher. You can tell most of the time when a team picks in succession like that, it's because they're setting up an off-speed pitch. They're trying to wear you down. They're trying to set up the off-speed pitch. If you've got this stamina after a couple slides back into first and you get the jump, this is a great time to go.
Fly ball center field. Routine for Bossfield. So the walk doesn't hurt Ellis or LSU. Sykes Orvis coming up in the bottom half of the fourth. This is what he did in the second. As we expected, a good one going on here in Oxford. 1-1 as we go to the bottom of the fourth inning. Now, we were able to catch up with former Gator Mike Zunino and former Auburn Tiger Tim Hudson to find out how playing in the SEC got them ready for pro baseball.
It's almost like a job. It's just like pro ball. I mean, you're out there, 4, 5, 6 hours a day at the field, and then you have to balance classes too. So, I think just the level of balance I had to learn really prepared me.
I was fortunate to play in the SEC, which was and still is probably one of the best, if not the best, baseball conference in baseball, and it definitely got me ready for the next level. I think the SEC level was very comparable at the time to probably just under AA.
And now, a few years, Huddy's been out there a long time.
Yes, he has.
College game has changed a little bit. Huddy was an unbelievable two-way player, by the way, for Auburn. For those who didn't know, he could rake with the best of them. Player of the year in the conference.
Played him in the College World Series in '97. I think he won 15 ball games and hit 20 home runs.
Is that good?
Year.
Is that good?
That worked out okay.
Where were you at on that, KP?
Which part?
The 20 bombs part.
Yeah, did you swing at all in college? Did you get an at-bat?
No. I didn't even get a thought of an at-bat. That year in Omaha, I almost gave up 20 home runs. It was close.
This hit foul off the bat of Will Allen, who leads things off. It's 4, 5, and 6 for Ole Miss. Did you ever pinch run?
Me?
Yeah.
Now, they told me to put my spikes on one time. I will never forget it. Jimmy Lefebvre said, go put your spikes on, and I just about had a heart attack in the dugout. That, and I hit a double, and Rod Carew told me I had a good swing. I was a 250 hitter in high school. You heard it. You heard it.
Hold on.
Rod Carew.
Rod Carew was our hitting coach. You think I'd make that up? You think I'd make that up?
Yes.
Textbook pop-up slide into second base. Fernando Vini almost fell over laughing when I slid.
I need to see the video.
Oh, it was athletic. I'll tell you that.
Allen ground ball to short. Here's Bregman. And speaking of big leagues, here's a look at the numbers of college players, of the draft eligible players. 57% of that 661 came from 4-year college. Another 11% out of 2-year college. Just goes to show you that the impact that college baseball's having and the big league level. A lot of these guys are making that jump.
Guys getting there quick. Saw another one yesterday. George Springer made his big league debut for Houston at UConn just a few years ago.
Sykes Orvis doesn't swing on pitch number 1 this time around.
Nola made sure he got that one plenty far away from Big Sykes, who is certainly feeling it here early on. Dangerous, dangerous left-handed bat.
First baseman with 9 homers now and 29 runs batted in. Tell you what, the top 5 of this lineup is as dangerous as any 5 you'll find. Slow roller, Ibarra. 2 down. You know, when you look at a guy like Aaron Nola, does he have the stuff to make one of those quick jumps in a year or two to big league baseball?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, if there's anybody in college baseball right now that you say is the closest to the big leagues, you find me the guy that's closer to this guy, because he doesn't need to show you anything else. Now, the discussion is how high is the ceiling once he gets to the big leagues. But as far as what he needs to do to get to that point, you could push into the big leagues as fast as you want to.
All right, along those lines, from a player's perspective, obviously you want to get there as quick as you can. But from somebody in management, what's the thought process? Can you get a guy in there too quickly?
Well, I think, to me, when that happens, when they talk about so-and-so went too quick, a lot of times it's the mental side of it as opposed to the physical side of it. And if you trust the mental side of Nola, which the mental side is off the charts with Nola, then I wouldn't worry about pushing him to that point. You're going to get knocked in a few times. That's the way that it is. But if mentally you think he can handle it, I see no downside to pushing.
Lazy fly ball. Stevenson in center field. Good inning for LSU and Nola as he gets 4, 5, and 6 to go down quietly. We are knotted up at 1 here in Oxford, Mississippi. LSU ranked 7th in the country. Ole Miss at number 10. We are all tied at 1. We go to the top of the 5th inning. Let's go back to that last inning and break down the last couple of pitches from Aaron Nola.
We talk about arm side, the movement that Nola gets on that side. So watch the changeup to the freshman right here, and the way this thing just dives and goes down and away. So now we're set up. Okay, now can you hang in there if we throw it again? Try to run the fastball in, and didn't quite get in where he wanted to. You create more room in because you run the changeup down and away, and that time got Woodman to pop it up.
So Christian Ibarra will step in for LSU. He hits in the 8th spot. Then it's Kramer Robinson at the top of the order and Sean McMullen as we go to the 5th inning. Ellis has given up just one hit. Fly ball, right center, Bossfield tracks it down. One pitch, one out. Well, ESPNU's coverage of college lacrosse continues Saturday with a top 10 showdown in the ACC as Matt Rambo leads 7th-ranked Terps against Matt Cavanaugh and number 8 Notre Dame. It's Old Spice College Lacrosse, Maryland, Notre Dame, Saturday at noon right here on ESPNU. You can also catch that, by the way, on Watch ESPN. Kramer Robinson popped up in foul territory his first time. Kramer, the son of Kim Mulkey, who is the head women's basketball coach at Baylor. That misses off the plate. 2-1 to Kramer. Second baseman, just a freshman. Well, now it's 3-1.
See, when we talk about when Nola gets in trouble, how he just hurries a little bit. And it's the same thing with Ellis, but that front side just kind of peels away, and that time he can't throw over. Better there. Better there. So the difference is the front shoulder and really the front side. If the front side peels off and it pulls your arm right with it, that time a much better job of throwing right over that front shoulder.
Ground ball to second. Overby. 2 down.
A lot of times when you throw over that front shoulder, especially a guy like Ellis, you get depth like this last pitch. So watch the front side. Leg comes up, front side stays in, and now we can go right over the top. It's not spinning on the top half. It's more the feeling of getting that front side out there and then just replacing that back arm with the front arm. Numbers have been great for Ellis so far tonight. 4 strikeouts. All 4 came in the first 2 innings. Just 1 hit allowed.
Top of the order, Sean McMullen. Fouls it straight back. Look at Ellis. This Friday night was a question mark. Who was going to get the ball for Ole Miss, and could Ellis replace the legend Bobby Wall, who solidified the Friday night spot for 2 years here at Ole Miss? But Ellis is not disappointed at 5-0 on the year with a 1.8 ERA.
Well, you want to look at a team having a great season, and you can point almost always to the Friday night guy. 8-1, as you said earlier, KP, on Friday nights. What a boost that is for a club.
Well, these teams have combined 16-2 on Fridays so far this year.
Two and one on McMullen, who steps out. McMullen has struck out. The sacrifice flying an RBI. Really got one opposite field to the track. And smokes this one right back up the middle.
You know, hitting is a very difficult thing, and to hit for a high average, you've got to be able to hit when you're a little early or a little late. You see McMullen there. Watch him extend the front part of that hitting zone. That's a change up there from Ellis. You can see he's just a touch early. The barrel stays in the zone. He keeps it square long enough to shoot a liner back up the middle. Nice piece of hitting there.
Laird at the plate, hit by a pitch his last time, flew out to center back in the first inning. What do you think about this outfield? McMullen, Laird, and Stevenson. I don't know, there's a faster outfield in the country than what LSU possesses. It was interesting talking to Paul Maneri about his outfield philosophy. And he watched Stony Brook a few years ago in the NCAA tournament, who had a great fast outfield, and LSU wasn't that. And some of those Stony Brook hits got down. Meanwhile, LSU's hits to the gaps were being chased down by the speed. And he says, you know what? We're going to go out there and put some speed in our outfield. And I think he's done that and then some with this group.
He's got it now. Travis Jankowski was a center fielder for Stony Brook, who ended up being a first rounder and a guy that could end up playing in the big leagues. But you put the speed in the outfield that Paul has right now, and these guys can run anything down.
There's a strike, 1-1.
Of course, the give and take there is you've sacrificed some offense, and we're used to seeing the LSU teams of old where there's boppers in left and boppers in right. And this is more of a speed and slap hitting outfield. And yeah, they're running down a lot of balls, but they also have 4 home runs combined in that outfield. You got to wonder what's the give and take there.
Just think of that. 4 home runs combined in the LSU outfield so far this year.
And McMullen has them all.
Yeah.
Well, how about 1997?
No, let's focus on what we have in front of us.
LSU
right
set an NCAA record with 188 home runs.
We almost made it. We did. We're floating right through this thing. You don't say anything until that point. We almost made it.
Kyle Peterson, a part of that 188. .188. I mean, when you start thinking about if you have 30 home runs now as a team, you've had a pretty good year in terms of power. I mean, that's where we are.
I sit there and I think about, obviously, the ball's not explosive off the bats. So yes, do we want speed? Of course, we want to be able to run the bases and play small ball. But if the ball's not consistently hit as far to the gaps and to the walls as it used to, I'm not discounting speed in the outfield,
right?
But there's not as many range plays to make. And if you sacrifice the entire outfield for speed, that can make your lineup not as dangerous as it can be. As at least you put one of those spots for a big bopper and a potential home run type of guy.
3-2, slap down the line and left. Braxton Lee on the run, and he'll make the catch, and that'll do it for LSU in their half of the 5th. Always an entertaining solo cup race here between innings. This was a moment ago. The Red Cup wins. It seems like they always win, but look at that.
Yeah.
Wow. Kyle did that last year.
Wow.
And I think he pulled a hammy. Having a good time at Oxford University Stadium, Swayze Field. You baseball players are just a different breed. That's all I'm going to say.
I tell you, that's pretty strong right there. We got some serious in sequence there, coordination. They've spent some time on this one. Dugout choreography, that's a big part of winning games.
He said face, he's like, it worked. It worked. All that stuff we worked on, it worked. We did it all right. It was perfect.
Jamison, Overby, and Robinson, 7, 8, and 9 coming up for Ole Miss. The right fielder, Will Jamison. Struck out looking his first time and swings and misses. 0-1. Slaps it foul down the line. Now, we showed you the solo cup race going to break, but this was last year. And guess who's in the red solo cup? I'll give you one guess, Berkey. You weren't here. Who do you think that is in the red solo cup?
What are you?
It wasn't me.
What are you bullying the dude for? What's that all about?
It's all part of the gig.
That was Kyle Peterson in the red solo cup.
I had closing speed, too. I mean, it looked like yellow might pull it out.
No chance you won that.
Right to left. What are you talking about?
0. They could have run you for assault right there. My goodness.
He never went.
Breaking ball, slap past the glove at first base of Connor Hale, and Jamison's on with the base hit.
You know, this is one, and there's times you look back over the course of the ball game about pitch selection, and I know a lot of times it's location, but there's no reason to throw this pitch. And there's no reason because of what you saw earlier and then at bat with a fastball in on his hands. Fastball in on his hands, you could see the fight. Jamison was trying to fight it off. That time you give him a chance and throw it into the bat speed. When you throw that breaker ball, it's coming back in towards the barrel, and he barreled it up.
To me, that's a perfect example of pitching for a strikeout there instead of just pitching for bad contact. Throw the fastball by him, get your lazy fly ball, your jam ground ball, and move on.
Here's Preston Overby. First pitch swinging right center. Stevenson and Laird will converge. And that is out number one. Well, some interesting news coming from out west. Cal State Fullerton having a pretty solid season. Here's the notes on Rick Vanderhook, who was placed on administrative leave. And you see the Mike Kirby and Jason Dietrich will take over as acting co-head coaches. But KP, what do you make of this?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I would assume we'll find out a little bit more in the next few days. It came out, probably a half hour, 45 minutes before we went on the air. Timing could not be worse for Cal State Fullerton. They go to Cal Poly this weekend. Cal Poly is a top 5 team this year in what really is the biggest Big West series of the year for both those clubs.
And it's been a rough year for Fullerton in general. Yeah. They really struggled offensively. And as you said, going to play the biggest series of the season, things aren't going well out there in Fullerton.
Pitch out, nothing working for Ole Miss.
Go ahead, KP. Sorry about that.
No, that was Dave. You're stepping on Dave this time.
I was just going to say, as a young hitter right here, after a pitch out, it's a 1-0 count. They're not scared of you. You have not established yourself as a presence in the lineup. This is a great time to take your most aggressive hack, see if you can't shoot a gap.
Well, Robinson, the freshman, struck out looking his first time up.
Tell you, talk about shooting a gap, and if there is a hit and run at this point, LSU showing you what they're doing up the middle. Bregman's going to cover second base. A lot of times you think about the right side of the infield opening up. The left side of the infield is going to open up this time if there's action on the base paths.
Runner goes, swing and a miss. Ball sails into center field, and that will allow Jamison to get to third. That ball really tailed on Tyler Moore.
Well, tough pitch to throw on, a breaking ball down away. You can see Paul Maneri wants to ask about interference here.
A.J. Lastaglio, long-time college baseball umpire.
Well, LSU guesses right here with the breaking ball and a hit-and-run count. No contact there with the hitter. Moore just comes up with a poor throw. And a big break for the Rebels as LSU guesses right, but unable to execute. And now a runner on third with only one down. Robinson with arguably the biggest at bat of the game here.
Infield coming in, only one strike. See if they safety squeeze right here with Robinson. Bottom of the lineup, you're going to try to push any run right now is so important.
There it is.
Suicide squeeze.
And LSU all over it. They got the out at third.
So the difference is the base runner. If you safety right here, nothing happens. You got a 2-1 count. Robinson's still at the plate, but the difference is you're selling out at third base. With a break on third base, you can see the pitch, and Robinson squares. He squared really early for a suicide, too. Everybody saw it. They pitched out right away. Jamison running from third base, and there's nowhere to go, and that totally changes the inning.
Past the glove of Robertson into right, and now that really stings.
Isn't that the way it is? You try the suicide squeeze, and then just a little salt in the wound with a big base hit right afterwards.
A lot of it, I think you're pitching out anyway, but how early he went. That bat goes so far out early, and that's one of those, too. If you can see it try to yell and take it off from third base the minute that you saw Tyler Moore move all the way out there, but just not enough time to do it.
Well, you got to give LSU a lot of credit. They went
picked the right time.
Yeah,
to
they
do
threw
it.
a breaking ball on a hit and run try by Ole Miss, and then a pitch out on a suicide squeeze. They're dialed in over there in the dugout. Two really good calls that have saved them a run now.
Paul Maneri talks about Alan Dunn, the pitching coach for this LSU team, and just raves about the job that he has done since he has been there, in particular with Nola and the jump that Nola has made over the last few years.
Braxton Lee, the leadoff man. 1 out of 2. Lines it to left, but McMullen had him played shallow and makes the nice catch, and that'll do it. Ole Miss had a chance, but the squeeze went awry. 3, 4, and 5 coming up, including Alex Bregman, last year's National Freshman of the Year. The SEC on ESPN. Thursday night baseball from Oxford, one of the great venues in America. Top 10 matchup. We are tied at 1 apiece. 5 hits for the Rebels, just 2 for LSU. You're looking at Alex Bregman trying to shake out of a 19-game slump. Here's what he's done tonight.
Well, it's tough hitting third. You're going to get everybody's best stuff, and Chris Ellis dominated the first at bat with a great breaking ball on the outside part of the plate. And then the first fastball he's seen all night gets just a touch towards the label and doesn't quite get it over the left fielder's head. To this point, he has been stymied, but the swing has not looked bad. He just hasn't had a ton to hit.
Well, you saw those numbers, 3, 4, and 5, 0 for 6 tonight for LSU as we head to the 6th inning. Chris Ellis has done a marvelous job tonight keeping this LSU lineup in check. You know, offensively, this is not your normal LSU team this year. A lot of guys that took some swings, a lot of swings a year ago, just haven't been able to find that spot, that groove yet this year. Tough play, barehanded throw. Not going to get him. Bregman is safe at first, and you know, didn't hit it hard, but maybe that's one of those things that can get you going.
Yeah, he'll take them any way he can get them right now, and especially to lead off an inning. What a big opportunity for LSU. They avoid losing giving up a run last inning, now with a chance with a leadoff hitter on to see what they can do. We're in the middle part of this game. These are some of the biggest innings of the game. Let's see if LSU can take advantage here of a leadoff single.
So Vic will step in. He's 0 for 2 with a strikeout tonight. DH came into this hitting .345, but his numbers have dropped 6 points after going 0 for 2. He's at .339 this at bat.
Bregman can steal a base, and Ellis certainly not the fastest guy to the plate.
So Vic out of Southwest Mississippi Community College before finding his way to LSU. Hope I'm saying his hometown right. Mariposa, Louisiana. If I'm not, I apologize, but interesting that he's a small town in Louisiana, first player from LSU to hail from that town. If I'm not mistaken, he was the first player from his town to go play Division I baseball.
I believe they told us Division I sports of any kind.
It was a guy that Paul Maneri and LSU followed out of high school and said, you know what, maybe just needs a little bit more time. Went to junior college, now makes his way to LSU, and he's hitting right in the middle of this lineup.
So many players in this league get to this league via the junior college route. Both teams have players represented in their starting lineups coming from junior college. Definitely an opportunity to go and grow and develop and then come play major baseball. Just a big secondary there from Bregman. Good job not taking the risk, as Ole Miss was sniffing out a stolen base opportunity, but they guessed wrong.
I'll see if there's action here. Now 2-1 count, and I got to pitch out twice.
There goes Bregman, slapped into right now. Bregman's got to get back in a hurry. Here's the throw from Jamison off the line. That's the danger. Well, ESPNU's coverage of SEC baseball continues on Sunday when the Florida Gators, ranked 18th in the country, host the Bulldogs of Georgia at McKeithen Stadium down in Gainesville. It'll be Sunday at noon on ESPNU. It's also live on Watch ESPN. And look at the RPI. Florida at #1. Ole Miss at 6. But Florida's RPI, despite being ranked 18th in the country, we talked about it earlier, just 3 wins over Florida State. A couple of wins against South Carolina last weekend. There goes Bregman again. This one slapped into left. Braxton Lee with a long run, can't get it. Here's Bregman trying to get to third. Safe. And here comes Mike Bianco out to talk to A.J. Lastaglio, who got down the line to make that call.
From here, at least, it looked like the right hand of Bregman got in there in time before that tag was made. But the only reason he had a chance, he's breaking on the pitch, but he had a great read on this ball out in left field. You know, it helps that everything's in front of Bregman, so he can see this as he's coming around second base. But here's the break, so he's stealing the entire way, peeks in, but watch the eyes. He hardly broke stride around second base. See if that right hand gets in.
Look how he slides towards the home base side of third there.
He's safe.
Yeah, and you see
he's safe.
Anderson puts up no fight.
Yep.
He never hesitated coming around second base, and that was not the easiest of reads. It's in front of him, but that ball had a lot of air under it. I love the back-to-back hit and runs there from LSU.
Yep.
Really trying to be the aggressor here, now with a chance to take the lead.
Andrew Stevenson with the bat in his hand.
There's the difference. So the safety's on right there, but because it's only a safety and not a suicide squeeze, Bregman's going to stay put. He's going to read the ball down. Stevenson tried to bunt it. Breakable just bunted right over the top of it. He might put it right back on again.
Stevenson, the SEC's leading hitter. Oh, 0-2 now. Strikeouts for Ellis.
Good spot for the 0-2 fastball. You're not trying to throw a strike, just run it off just in case you get Stevenson too aggressive at the plate. No chance he can reach that one. Two-seamer going down and away from the left-handed hitter. Big strikeout right there for Ellis. His first strikeout since the second inning, but it came at a giant spot.
Now the junior Tyler Moore. The catcher steps in. Strikeout, a fly out, and singled his last time. Oh, excuse me, Connor Hale steps in. Hale 0 for 1 tonight with a walk. Pitch count up to 85 now for Ellis. Palmineri comes out, wants to talk to Connor Hale.
You wonder here, there's 2 outs. You got your horse on the mound. The third baseman is giving you a base hit bunt right here. Now, normally with 2 outs, nobody would bunt for a hit. But with an RBI on the line, and, you know, I don't know if this is part of Connor Hale's skill set, but this is a chance to steal an RBI. If he can get a bunt down that third base line here, Anderson is awfully deep, could steal a run.
And if you're going to miss it, you miss it foul. So you make sure if you miss it foul, so what? It's 1-1.
Ground ball to the right side. Booted by Overby. LSU has the lead. Bregman scores. It's 2-1 LSU. Runners at first and second. Wow. That was almost too easy a play for
Hit
Overby.
that ball 100 times, and I don't know if he does it again.
Well, so many times in games like this, it comes down to a misplay, and he just comes up too soon. He just takes his eyes off that ball, does not finish the catch, and he just peeks a little bit. The hands come up. Gator arms it just a touch, and
now you got Ibarra stepping in.
the challenge for Ellis is to flush that and make sure you get out of this inning. Don't allow another run to stack on top of that.
Mike Bianco said it when we met with him today. He said, you know what, if you give up one run in an inning at LSU, you got a chance. But with Nola on the mound, if you give up a crooked number, it's not going to be a good day.
Is it tough to flush something like that? You think you've worked out of the inning?
Yeah, the thing you got to guard against is then just trying to throw too hard, because then the ball comes up in the zone and they square it. And for Ellis, a guy that really lives at the bottom part and lives off of the depth on his fastball, if it flattens out, he's in trouble. Now Ibarra on a fastball count at 2-0.
Fouled off at the plate.
Think about it. Maneri goes out there for an offensive timeout. Something tells me he didn't tell him to get jammed and hit a four-hopper to second. But it turns out a positive result for LSU, and one that the Ole Miss faithful are certainly disappointed in.
Ibarra lifts one to the right side. Will Jamison says he has it, and he does. But LSU takes advantage of a defensive blunder by Ole Miss right through Preston Overby. That would allow Bregman to score and give LSU the slimmest of leads. Bottom of the sixth, LSU leads it 2-1. 4 hits for LSU, 5 hits for Ole Miss. Great pitching matchup. Aaron Nola, break it down for us, KP.
How about 5 strikeouts looking at the 6 so far tonight, all on fastballs. So watch location of Nola's fastball, and we talked about it at the top of the show. He will not hit the white of the plate very often, and you're not going to see that catcher move. Where he sets up, that's where the fastball ends up. Ellis has been really good for Ole Miss. The difference right now is the error at second base. 6 innings for Ellis, just 4 hits given up. 1 of the 2 runs earned. But for Nola, now let's see if he's got a little extra gear at this point. You give him the lead at this point. Pitch count still pretty low at 73. And the game plan for LSU is go Nola, Broussard. We'll see how long Broussard can go. But if you don't need him but for 1 inning, that's a full and a very good day for Nola.
He's got Austin Bossfield to lead things off. Bossfield hitting in the 2-hole, followed by Anderson and Will Allen. A great night for some SEC baseball and a great setting here in Oxford, Mississippi. Popped him up. Connor Hale. 1 down. Right. You look at Nola and how he started. 16 pitches in the first, had 25 in the third, but has settled in nicely with just 22 pitches here with 1 out in the 6th.
Bossfield, one of the big reasons why he had 25 pitches in the 3rd inning. A 10-pitch walk for Bossfield in his second at bat. That the only walk so far tonight by Nola.
Anderson looks at the ball outside. .53 strikes on 76 pitches thrown.
Good luck getting that one. Miss dugout's going to get pretty loud here in a minute. Here comes Mike Bianco out. He's out to protect Cliff Godwin because Cliff Godwin was about halfway to home plate.
Well, Cliff runs the hitters, and obviously he's going to stick up for his guys. You give him one borderline down and away. Now you give him one borderline down. Two different pitches, two different parts of the plate. You just can't cover it all, especially against a guy like Nola. They're going to fight for their guys as they should.
Well, there's close to 10,000 in the building tonight, and many of them letting A.J. Lastaglio hear about it. Now it's straight back. Let's look at those pitches that got Coach Godwin in a tizzy.
This is the one that I thought was further off. I mean, the fastball, at least this catches the middle of the plate. I mean, both of them look down, but the 1-0 changeup looked like it was definitely off the plate. But I tell you what, credit for Nola for the next two pitches. First, if you're going to get that, stay there. And he has stayed there. He got the next one for a called strike, and the next two pitches have been right at the knees or just below the knees. Now there's room. I tell you, you elevate the fastball at this point because you've lived down, down, down. You're probably going to strike him.
Chopper, Nola back pedals. 2 outs.
Pretty locked in all night. Now really living at the bottom part of that zone.
Boy, in a game like this, though, I mean, every single pitch matters.
Well, it's not that Ole Miss hasn't had some good at-bats. They've barreled up some balls. When Nola's missed, they've made some good swings. They had him on the ropes early. Runner on second, nobody out in the first, didn't score. Obviously, the home run in the second. But Nola has certainly found a rhythm.
Ole Miss loses this ball game. There's 3 pitches they're going to remember. The 2-2 breaking ball to Connor Hale that just missed away. The suicide squeeze that ends up being an out at home plate. And then the ground ball to second base that scored a run.
0-2 on Will Allen. Will Allen, interesting story that struggled offensively last year, lost the starting catching job to Stuart Turner, who was one of the best in America. Yeah. Now he went and played first base, DH last year. Now he's back playing catcher every day, and Coach Bianco was saying maybe that has an impact on him offensively. Fly ball left side, actually left center, where Stevenson will come over and make the catch in front of McMullen. And that'll do it for the Rebels. 6 are in the books, and LSU leads it 2-1. Obviously, there are plenty of Southeastern Conference players that have made it to the show recently. Pedro Alvarez, the former Vanderbilt Commodore third baseman. How about Aaron Hill? He's had a nice career. Lance Lynn, he was once again awesome last night. The big right-hander. Michael Walk out of Texas A&M. He didn't take him long to get to the show. Mike Zunino, just a few years ago, was hitting home runs for Florida. 3 home runs this year for the Mariners backstop. Just a look at some of the guys, recent players in the league now in the big show. You look at LSU's due up here, number 9, then top of the order, McMullen and Laird. Laird is...
I'll step on you this time, sorry. The pace at which those guys have got to the big leagues, too. Zunino gets there. Price, who's been on such a good run. Rough one tonight, gave up 6 earned to the Yanks, but he's had an incredible run since coming up from Vanderbilt.
There's a chopper. Anderson scoops, throws.
Pretty good.
Nice play by the third baseman. 1 down.
Well, you said it. This is what you would call a do-or-die type of play. You got no shot. You better come and come hard. Trust your hands. Finish the throw. I like how Orvis stays on the base, avoids the temptation to jump. But look at the soft hands and the strong throw.
Got the mound to worry about, too. That's not an easy play.
Here comes Sean McMullen to step in. By the way, we're talking about Kate Savick a little while ago in his hometown, a small hometown in Louisiana. Now, Twitter is a great thing most of the time. But according to Twitter, it's more a paw.
More a paw. I got it.
Everybody knows that, Dave.
Got Jace Robertson watching tonight, too. The big LSU fan, Mark Laird from Jace's hometown. Jace made the trip to Omaha last year. He fired out on Twitter earlier tonight.
That it was Maurepas? Was he the one?
No. We got him all over the place. Jace just wanted to let us know he was watching. We had,
okay.
For the record, we had 2 Maurepas phonetically correct tweets right in a row.
Right. Go figure. Ole Miss gifted a run to LSU last inning to give the Tigers a run. 2 outs in the inning, an error. With a runner at third, allowed the go-ahead run to go and score. Massey and Tarkington getting loose in that Ole Miss bullpen. Ellis up to 96 pitches. That one is shot into right field, so a 1-out single for McMullen. Well, college softball doubleheader out of the MEAC on Friday as Maryland Eastern Shore faces the Hampton Pirates. First game starts at 1 o'clock. Then it's game 2 at 3:30. It's a doubleheader. Maryland Eastern Shore and Hampton beginning at 1 o'clock tomorrow right here on ESPNU.
You're up 2-1. You got Alex Bregman on deck. Certainly a hitter in Laird that can handle the bat. I got to believe this is a pretty good chance to bunt for a hit here, and at the least you get the runner over, which is what you see here from Laird. If Anderson makes a great play and you're out at first base, you've still done your job. You've brought your best hitter up to bat with a chance to extend the lead 3-1. I got to believe Laird's going to stick with this bunt opportunity here.
Well, if he doesn't, it looks like they might give him the left side of the infield, too. Let's see if they switch up who's covering second base, because it looked like Robinson, the shortstop, was.
Normally on a base hit bunt, the old adage is perfect or foul. But in this type of situation, really the #1 priority is get him to second. Don't want to be too fine. First shot, I get it. Try to get a perfect bunt. This time I would make sure you aim a little more towards the middle. Make sure you get this ball in fair territory. Give Bregman a shot.
I think I'd let him swing it. I think I'd put him in motion and put the hit and run on.
There's the bunt, and that'll go foul. Boy, nice little dance by the catcher, Will Allen, to avoid that.
Smart play there. That is a huge decision there from him to read the spin on that ball. Obviously has to aggressively get into a fielding position, but then reads that first bounce, gets out of the way, saves themselves an extra 90 feet. Now you get a chance to put him away and keep the runner on first.
Pretty good footwork right there, too, because he was standing right on the line. That one went right through the 5-hole.
Ellis with 100 pitches. There goes the runner. There's the swing. Everybody will stay at their respective bases, first and second now with 1 out. And here comes Alex Bregman, the 3-hole hitter who had a slow roller infield single his last time up. Will step in against Ellis.
And I know he's been scuffling lately, but you let Bregman see somebody 4 times in a row. He's going to square one up at some point.
Here comes Mike Bianco. He may not have a chance.
that last breaking ball is probably the pitch that gets you pulled out of this game. Not much to that breaking ball. No bite on it. We're at the 100-pitch mark. Ellis has probably seen his last hitter.
Well, I think maybe he has, but I also think that Mike Bianco was going to wait and let A.J. Listaglia walk out to the mound before he makes any move, and there could be a discussion before he goes to that bullpen.
He's going to let him have a shot at it.
Well, for Bregman, it's been a tough run tonight. Ellis paints a breaking ball in the corner, runs a heater in, just gets towards the label. And last at bat, we get another breaking ball away, and he's able to get an infield hit. They certainly have attacked him with all speed pitches. Let's see if they stay with that here in this at bat.
There's a check swing. That'll be a foul ball. 0-1 on Bregman. If you're wondering, Ellis has gone over the 100-pitch count this year 4 times. He threw 107 against Missouri. That's his season high. He's averaging 91 pitches a start. Just misses off the plate. Ellis wondering where that one was. 1-1 now.
Breaking ball, first 2 pitches. At some point, Bregman's going to sit on one of these breaking balls. He has to make an adjustment, or they're going to stay on that outside corner time and time again.
Changeup. That's the one thing Ellis can do that not a lot of right-handed pitchers could do, is throw that changeup to a right-handed hitter with authority, stick it right on the outside part of the plate. Now he's up 1-2 in the at-bat.
Smoked into left. Braxton Lee bobbles the baseball, and everybody had to go back. McMullen came around the bag and slipped.
Well, we got a couple things going on. Ellis, first of all, goes away from the breaking ball, away from the changeup, tries to challenge Bregman with a fastball. Lee comes up, tries to make the transition, and loses the baseball, but McMullen was already scurrying back to the bag as Javi Sanchez puts the brakes on him. Obviously, McMullen has no idea the ball's been dropped in the outfield, and the Rebels avoid a run, and now have a chance for a double play here and possibly get out of the inning.
Down in the dirt to Savic. Bases are loaded, only 1 out. Savic does lead the team, having hit into 5 double plays. Savic does have 1 grand slam to his credit. The 4-hole hitter, the DH, looking for his first hit.
Mike Bianco showing a tremendous amount of trust here in Chris Ellis, allowing him the opportunity to finish this inning and get out of this jam.
One and two.
There we see the sharp breaking ball that we saw earlier in the game when he punched out 4 guys in the first 2 innings. That's a good sign here. Let's see if he can get another swing and miss, or potentially a ground ball to the left side of the infield for an inning double play.
Could be it. Robinson over B. Pick at first by Orvis. Inning over.
Well, when you're trying to get out of an inning, the curveball down in the zone is a pitcher's best friend, a 6-4-3. Huge play by the Rebels. Let's see if they can capitalize and get back in this ball game.
Well, Chris Ellis just got out of a real big jam. Gave up 3 straight singles, only 1 out, and then got Savic to hit into a 6-4-3 double play. And, you know, kudos to Mike Bianco. You know, a lot of people in this building, including us, may be thinking he was going to pull the trigger on going to the bullpen, but he left it in the hands of his ace.
Well, and you got to give Ellis credit. The breaking ball had appeared to flatten out, hung one to Laird. Didn't execute against Bregman, but he gets 2 good breaking balls in a row that gets him out of the inning. And now Ole Miss sends their most dangerous hitter up to the plate, trying to get back into this ball game.
Yeah, there was some rolling breaking balls in that inning. They were just rolling out of his hand, but the time he had to make the pitch, that one down and away, got probably the biggest double play that Ole Miss has had in a while.
So Sykes Orvis, who has a home run today, the lone run for Ole Miss. That came back in the second. First pitch he saw from Nola, sent it over the right field fence.
You see Nola respecting Orvis there with the first pitch. Changeup missed. Orvis has got to be sitting dead red right here.
Strike on the outer half. 1-1. Nola's pitch counted 87. Off the plate, 3-1.
And so far, everything away. At this point in the game, they do not want to take a chance of messing up over the inside part of the plate, and Orvis tying up this ball game. If he's going to beat him, he's going to beat him the opposite field.
Here comes your 3-1 changeup. Back to him the fastball.
Should have thrown the changeup. Orvis, 2 hits today. A lot of baseball coming your way this weekend on the ESPN networks. On ESPNU, Baylor, Kansas State going at it. Sunday at noon, Georgia, Florida, right here on the U. And Sunday at 1 on ESPN, Vanderbilt and Arkansas. AP, you'll be heading to Fayetteville.
Yep. Game 3 of that set.
I'm going to go watch Alabama play some spring football this weekend.
They play football there?
They have a little team. Nice little team. That little program.
They have a nice little attendance number too on Saturday.
Big leadoff hit there from Ole Miss. Now Woodman in a position, probably a position he did not find himself in often as a high schooler. A big-time recruit, one of the best hitters coming out of last year's class, now in a position where he needs the bunt to get this runner into scoring position.
It's a position he hadn't found himself in too often this year, too. Just 2 sack bunts on the year for Woodman.
Woodman lays down the bunt. It's a nice one. Ibarra's going to have to throw in a hurry. They just get him by a step. But the freshman out of Orlando, Florida, does his job and moves Orvis down to second base with 1 down. Well, the most storied conference in college athletics lives on a new 24/7 network. It's launching August 14th of 2014. Go to getsecnetwork.com and demand the network from your TV provider today. So Will Jamison will step in. Will hitting in the 7th spot. The right fielder struck out and singled. Also stole a base in the 5th, but left stranded at 3rd base. Big swing and a miss. 0-1.
That's a hitter who looked in between, and it's the first pitch of an at bat. You got Aaron Nola with a plus fastball. If you're going to swing like the first pitch, you got to be ready to get the barrel to a heater, and looked indecisive there, and the fastball was right by him.
And I think the front side too. The front side showed me that if you do want to drop that changeup, there should be room for it down and away.
That was 90 on the gun. Off the plate, Jamison missed it.
Remember last time Jamison got the base hit on the curveball after he had thrown a couple fastballs by him, and this time it doesn't look like he's going to play around gas on the first 2 pitches.
The other thing, if you're going to go off speed, I want in this spot off speed going away from the barrel instead of off speed coming back into the barrel.
Now, this is the part of the game where Paul Maneri told us today that the biggest improvement in Nola is the late innings. He still brings the velocity, still has the bite on the breaking ball. As he's gotten bigger and stronger, he's able to sustain his pitches late in the game. '89 strikeout. Jamison back in the dugout.
He stayed with it, and that's learning something from the previous at bat. This time just live with the fastball. So a few away to get into a plus count, then ran one off the plate to get to 1-2, and this time probably in the entire at bat the best pitch for Jamison to hit. The fastball was enough to get it by.
Well, I think what's been impressive for me tonight with Nola, I don't think he's had his best stuff. The velocity has been better throughout the course of this season, but the command is so good, the pitchability is so high that he's still running through one of the best lineups in our league. Only 1 run through 6 2/3. Been very impressive, even though his stuff has not been as sharp as we've seen it.
And that's just amazing, that number we just showed with runners on base. Opponents only hit .07. I mean, .079. And tonight, Ole Miss is 0 for 7 with a runner on base tonight. 6 hits all year allowed by Nola with a runner on base.
It's also amazing he's only had 77 at bats with a runner on base the entire year.
Yeah.
This is his 10th start.
Coach Maneri said one of the reasons he feels like Nola is, if not at the top of the list, right there with some of the best he's ever coached, is because in these types of situations, he finds a way to get it done. Seems like he has another gear to go to when he needs a pitch in a big moment. This is one of those moments here in the bottom of the 7th, only up a runner in scoring position. This is where you have to execute.
Over B with a 1-1 count. Fouls it straight back. 1-2. Boy, you know Overby wants to base hit here. It's had that error that allowed the go-ahead run to score.
Well, you said it, Dave. Preston Overby would like nothing more than to tie this game up. Try to make some sort of amends for that miscue earlier.
$100 pitches now for Aaron Nola. The
That's 71%. 71% strikes so far, and it's one of the reasons why there's nobody down there. Would think the Broussard the only guy that would get up at some point, but Nola just at the 100 pitch count. Nobody's even made their way down there yet.
He's averaging 105 pitches per start this year, but in SEC play, he's averaging 116 pitches per start. And he's gone over 100 in all 6 of his conference starts this year. Lifted to right. Laird will make the catch. Sykes Orvis slid off the inning with a single, but he's stranded. Nola continuing to deal here in Oxford. 5, 6, and 7 due up for LSU in the 8th.
Back in Oxford, and we got the game that we thought we would get. Pitchers duel so far, but early it looked like Ole Miss, they might have something to say about it. Solo home run to right field by Sykes Orvis. That got the Rebels on the board in the 2nd inning. But then the fastball location of Aaron Nola would take over. 7 strikeouts on the game so far, 6 looking. 5 looking all with the fastball. This is a big turning point though. Ole Miss tries to put the suicide squeeze on. Perfectly timed pitch out by LSU, and then the error at second base would score the go-ahead run. But Ellis has done his part. Just 1 earned run so far. Got a big 6-4 3-double play to get out of a bases loaded jam in the 7th. So we go to the 8th. 2-1 LSU.
And Ellis with the ball in his hand as he will face Tyler Moore to start off the 8th inning. Guys, you surprised that we're seeing Ellis here in the 8th?
I am surprised. Although, I mean, you ask him to make a big pitch. He made the big pitch. I think the challenge sometimes, pitch count getting up there, and it's staying with a guy a little bit too long. He made the pitch to get him out of that inning, but I would have gone and patted him on the back at the end of the 7th inning and said, hey, man, you did everything we wanted to. Now we're going to let the guys in the bullpen take it the rest of the way.
Moore 1 out of 3. Hit 90 miles an hour with that fastball. 2-1 now. Hit 90 again.
Well, he's showing us some plus velocity. This is certainly the same velocity we've seen from him even in the earlier innings. Climbing the ladder with the fastball, more trying to be aggressive. That one just above your letters looks so good, but tough to get to the middle of that ball.
Slapped foul down the left field line into the seats.
Got to give Chris Ellis a lot of credit here tonight. He has answered the bell pitch for pitch with Aaron Nola, giving his team every chance to win this ball game.
Seventh pitch to Tyler Moore. Coming up from Chris Ellis. Got him to pop it up. Will Allen, does he have room? Got the catch. Well done, Will Allen.
This is not an easy play. This ball's in the air forever, up against the wall, battling the lights, battling the elements, finishing that play. Impressive play there from Will Allen.
So Andrew Stevenson. First pitch, fly ball left side. Braxton Lee makes the catch, 2 down. Well, ESPNU's coverage of college lacrosse continues Saturday with the top 10 showdown in the ACC as Matt Rambo leads the 7th-ranked Terps against Matt Kavanaugh at number 8, Notre Dame. It's Old Spice College Lacrosse, Maryland, Notre Dame, Saturday at noon right here on the U. It's also live on Watch ESPN. Connor Hale, first pitch, chopper over the head of the third baseman, Austin Anderson. So Christian Ibarra will step in. Christian hit over 300 a year ago. A real big key component to LSU's success last season. Numbers have dipped down this year. Hitting 280. There's a strike. 0-2 to Ibarra. 8 hits in the game for LSU. Ole Miss has put up 6 on the board. Ibarra hitting in the 8th hole. He'll be followed by Kramer Robertson if Ibarra can't reach. That ball is hammered down the line and left, and it is hooking just foul. It had enough juice to get out of here, but it missed the fair pole by a couple of feet to the left.
Well, he has gone to the breaking ball consistently to try to put away these LSU right-handed hitters. He goes to the well one more time, and Ibarra gets the barrel to this one, but unable to keep it fair, and LS gets another shot to put him away here.
Past Will Allen, it gets to the backstop. And it looked like LSU's trying to overthrow that one.
Yep, just pulled it. And that's what happens a lot of times when you force or trying to force the ball the other side. So opposite arm side this time for Ellis, trying to get that ball, the fastball down and away. And sometimes you just try to guide it there, force it there. And that's when you hold on to the ball just a little bit too long.
Got him looking. Breaking ball was a gem. Great ballpark, great city, outstanding baseball. It's been a great night. The most storied conference in college athletics lives on a new 24/7 network launching in August of 2014. Go to GetSECNetwork.com and demand a network from your TV provider right now. Asia Wilson commits to the South Carolina basketball program, the #1 prospect in the Hoop Girls Top 100 on ESPNW. And congrats to Bubba Watson winning his second Masters in 3 years, the former Georgia Bulldog. And boy, somewhat of a surprise that Conzo Martin heads out west to Cal, and Frank Martin decides to leave the Missouri basketball program after a couple of years. Jeff Goodman reporting that, ESPN.com basketball writer. Here the story is Ole Miss LSU top 10 matchup. 2-1 as we go to the bottom of inning number 8. Number 9 in the top of the order. Here's Harold Robinson, the freshman shortstop. He has struck out and singled. 91 miles an hour.
He's got that fastball on autopilot for most of the night. And when he misses, he just misses a little bit. Now Broussard is up.
And what did Coach Maneri tell us today? If it comes down to it, he will get to Broussard as quickly as he can if he needs to. The importance of game 1 in his eyes was huge.
They wanted to make it a 2-arm game if they could. Take Nola as far as he could go. Broussard available for as much as a 6-out save if needed.
Base Takes it back up the middle. Robinson with a couple of base knocks against Nola.
I'll tell you what, sometimes things don't go your way and they actually end up working out for the best. Darryl Robinson is trying to get time here from home plate. Look, he's trying to get time. Watch this. Trying to get time. Steps back in and hits a laser right back up the middle. Look at this. Time, time, time. No, never mind. I think I'll just barrel up 91 in my letters.
How about the presence of mind, too, with 2 strikes? I mean, knowing at that point, if you don't get time, if they throw it in the zone, you better get going.
So top of the order, Braxton Lee. That misses inside, 1-0.
That's one of the first times we've seen that today. To see him miss a spot on the opposite side of the plate. Was trying to throw a fastball down and away. That time pulled it to the other side of the plate and missed on the inside piece.
You know, this is an obvious bunting opportunity here for Ole Miss. And what I don't understand, I've been seeing this from third baseman around the league. That is not close enough. You have no responsibilities whatsoever but to field a bunt. You need to be right in Lee's throat right now. Make him nervous. See if you can get a pop-up. Make him bunt this ball to first.
To the right side. They're going to try to get the lead out. They do so. One down. And Lee will stand at first.
I like that from Ole Miss there. I thought an obvious bunt opportunity, but they're down. They're the home team. Still the 8th inning playing for the win. Usually you see the road team more likely to play for the win in that type of situation. Mike Bianco liked his chances there. Elects not to bunt, and now the runner's still at first base.
Now you got, the meteor lineup coming up. Still only 1 out for Ole Miss. Top 5 guys in this lineup all hitting over 300. They've combined for 20 home runs. 2 through 5 in this order.
And even though on paper Lee doesn't get the job done there, obviously doesn't advance the runner, you've switched runners and now your best base stealer gets to first base. He's stolen a base already today. See if he takes another shot.
Held off. 2-0.
Interesting scenario here. You got a hitter that's proven he can hit a ball in a gap, proven he can hit a ball at a ballpark. But you know you're getting a strike. Do you take a shot at a hit and run and see if you can't go first and third?
Good spot. When he's needed to make a pitch with a fastball tonight, Nola's done it almost every single time. He'll throw that same pitch.
The lead's not big enough. Just punch me if I sound like a broken record, but you're getting back on your feet. This is a perfect opportunity to try to get a stolen base, a chance to tie up the game. You're coming back on your feet. Extend that lead. Give yourself the best chance to get to second base.
Lee has a stolen base tonight. It happened in the first inning. He's stolen 20 out of 23 on the year. Boy, 3-1 now. Now what's going through your mind?
But you don't, Bossfield's one of your best hitters. You don't want to put the runner in motion here on 3-1 and have him try to protect him. My guess is they're going to keep the runner at first and let him try to take his best swing without feeling the need to protect the runner.
He hammered it past the glove of Bregman. Runners at the corners, and there's the swing you were talking about. Bregman broke a little bit to his left and just overran it.
That's just enough. Just enough. Put him in motion right there. It's that one little step that Bregman had towards second base. If he's standing right there, it's an out. But this little step, that first step right there. I don't even know if he was Bregman on a stolen base.
Well, my question is, why is Bregman covering in a 3-1 count against a right-handed hitter?
I don't know that he was covering.
That is the second baseman's cover all day long, right on right in a plus count. The second baseman has to be covering there. Bregman takes one false step, and it costs LSU a first and third opportunity.
You know, it almost looked like the false step was after the point you would have broke to second base to cover it anyway. It's like the false step happened on the swing.
Here comes Alan Dunn, the pitching coach. Well, you've got at the plate Austin Anderson, who was struck out twice.
Well, you're right. There is really nobody covering there. Nobody certainly would have been there in time. Yeah, nobody would have been there in time, but there was enough of a move towards the bag that got him out of position, and that's almost the identical ball he hit in the first inning, Bossfield. This time it goes their way.
Now, could it be where he thought the pitch was going to be on the outside half and was going to play up the middle, thinking the ball might have been played there? I mean, just a pre-pitch read, perhaps?
It could, but I'd say if that's called strike two,
yeah,
there's nobody at second base covered.
Right.
Nobody.
Well, this is where Palmineri says that Nola is at his best. Situations like this. Well, he's in a bind now. Has a one-run lead, first and third. The three-hole hitter, Austin Anderson, to step in. This is way outside. 4 home runs on the year for Anderson. 26 runs batted in. His average has dipped to .349. Two strikeouts and then a little roller back to the pitcher. Those are his 3 at-bats against Nola.
Talk about a time to make a pitch. 2-0 count. Ole Miss's best hand-eye coordination, where Cliff Godwin says is their most trusted put the ball in play hitter. And you got the tying run at third base. Time to make a pitch for Aaron Nola.
Pitch number 115 with 91 miles an hour. Painting the black.
Yeah, not just 91, but on the black. And good job there by Anderson. No need to panic. You're up 2-0 in the count. If that's not your pitch, no need to offer. Where does he go here? Does he go back to that corner, or does he try something soft?
They're crawling on top of the plate again.
That's out of play. 2 strikes.
Now, they've already done it so far tonight. He's run that fastball on the inside, right on the inside corner. If you make the pitch, you get him out. If you miss 6 inches over the middle of the plate, he might hit it in the seats.
The payoff pitch. They are loaded with 1 out. And here comes Will Allen, the cleanup hitter.
I think you got to go get him. I think you got to go get him right here. You got Broussard down in the bullpen who's going to come in throwing mid-90s. And the reason I say that is because of where the misses have been in that at-bat. He stuck the one fastball down and away, which was perfect. But other than that, Nola missed by a greater margin in that at-bat with the fastball than he might have in the entire game combined.
Will Allen with 5 homers and 40 runs batted in. Will Allen has grounded into 1 double play all year.
I tell you, if you're a senior and you're a captain, you got the C on your jersey. These are one of the bats you will remember forever. Aaron Nola, bases juiced, down 2-1, bottom of the 8th. Huge SEC West rivalry. What an opportunity here for Will Allen.
Ground ball, slow roller. Only play's going to be over to first. We are tied at 2 as Lee touches home.
Well, you can see it's not a beauty contest. It's not going to win any awards. He pulls out on this breaking ball. Everything is gone, but fortunately there's still just the cap of the bat left in the hitting zone. And they don't draw pictures in the scorebook. That's going to go down as an RBI. And Ole Miss is back in this ball game now, 2-2.
And here is Sykes Orvis. A home run earlier tonight. He may not get to take a look at Nola. The right hand goes up from Palmineri, signifying that he wants to make a change.
Broussard's going to come in this game, who has been very reliable for the Tigers, and Aaron Nola did all he could do. Maybe ran out of gas here in the 8th, but you got to give the Rebels a lot of credit. They have really battled tooth and nail for everything they got. He didn't make a ton of mistakes, but when he did, they made him pay. Now he's going to hand the ball to Broussard with still a lot of danger on the base pass here.
I'll tell you, the other guy, too, is the job that Ellis did to keep him to this spot. Ellis just kept fighting. And Ellis kept this LSU offense down long enough. Chris Ellis gave up just 1 earned run in this one. We find ourselves tied here in the 8th inning. It's everything we thought it'd be. Thought we'd get a pitcher's duel. We've had a pitcher's duel. We thought it'd be tight. It has been the whole way.
120 pitches, a season high for Nola. Got himself in a little bit of a jam here, but Broussard's going to get the ball, and you say throw mid-90s. From an approach standpoint at the plate, you obviously know the scouting report. How do you handle a guy that comes in throwing gas?
Well, and the report is get ready for the fastball, and really that suits the Ole Miss style. Ole Miss is an aggressive fastball hunting team, so really I like the matchup if you're Ole Miss. Now Broussard has been very reliable for LSU, so they certainly trust him, but the advantage is Ole Miss right now.
I'm throwing a first pitch breaking ball. I'm throwing a first pitch breaking ball because in this spot, you know exactly what Berkey was saying. Okay, you got a guy that's a mid-90s fastball. He's a kind of an all or nothing high energy guy with the fastball. That's why if I'm LSU, I'm throwing first pitch breaking ball just to try to change things up. You throw for a ball, so what? You're in a 1-0 count. Not that big of a deal, but You throw that first pitch fastball over, and Orvis is looking. It's 4-2 pretty quick.
Well, that's pretty much what happened back in the second inning. Sykes Orvis stepped up, leads the team in home runs, and boom. And that one sailed over the right field fence. It gave Ole Miss a 1-0 lead and sent this crowd into a frenzy. But now we're sitting here at a 2-2 game in the 8th. All right, let's go back to talk about these pitching matchup today while we got a second, because we saw two outstanding pitchers, Ellis and Nola. Let's start with Nola. Break it down for me.
I thought he was great, but I thought we saw in this inning fastball command started to lead just a little bit. And that's what happens when a guy gets fatigued, because you start trying to do a little bit too much. When Nola's at his best, follows that front side, throws right over the side of it, and you can see this inning, guys try to create too much. They kind of push it to home plate and kind of speed everything up. That's when that fastball really started running. And I thought Ellis was awesome, too. He was everything you wanted him to be for Ole Miss.
Yeah, and I think you got to give Mike Bianco a lot of credit. He could have pulled the hook early on Ellis, stuck with him. Ellis made all the pitches he's needed to tonight, certainly raised his level. And Ellis has been there all year. Tonight, probably a little sharper than normal with the 6 strikeouts, but it was all that we hoped it would be. But Ole Miss, now their offense has a chance to win this ball game.
All right. Broussard will have the ball in his hand. Look at his numbers. A .49 ERA. 21st appearance, 17 Ks. And he'll face Sykes Orvis. Runners at second and third. First base is open. Do you go with Orvis? And they will.
There's your answer.
91.
That is trust right there. First base open. Kyle made the point earlier. An opportunity to at least show the breaking ball first pitch, but that's power on power there. Fortunately for LSU, Orvis just a touch tardy.
Time called at the plate. Orvis with a couple of hits tonight. Thought he had the game-winning home run Saturday in Starkville as he hit a blast in the top of the 10th inning to give Ole Miss a 5-2 lead, but the Bulldogs answered and scored 4 in the bottom of the 10th to win it 6-5.
Go back to it now. Got him in the 0-2 hole. Elevate that fastball again.
Well, and as a hitter, you know when a guy trusts his fastball, that's all you're looking for. It's easy to start a little early. It's easy to be a little over-aggressive. Orvis gets out of his comfort zone there and chases a ball up. You're not going to get on top of that one from Broussard.
Ooh, that just misses. 1-2. Even Sykes takes a deep breath on that one.
That's a sigh of relief right there, because on that left Broussard's hand, it looked like it was called strike 3, inning over. Now new life for Orvis.
Throw him something soft, or you go back to the heat?
I'd elevate the fastball. I'd come back and elevate the fastball, and if you miss, you throw that breaking ball off the exact same slot with a 2-2 count.
Boy, a base hit here, and this place will go crazy. Rolled one over to the right side. Going to be a tough play. Broussard covers. Well done defensively by LSU, and they get out of the jam. But we head to the 9th. We're tied at 2. It's number 9 in the top of the order coming up for the Tigers after this. It's the SEC on ESPN. Number 7 LSU, number 10 Ole Miss. We go to the 9th inning, tied at 2. Look at the line score. 2-8-1, 2-8-1. And both teams have now gone to the bullpen. It was an outstanding matchup on the mound between our starters, and they did not disappoint. But now it's time for the guys in the pen to take over. Wyatt Short gets the ball for Ole Miss. His 15th appearance of the year with a 3-1 record, a nice ERA of 2.08, 21 strikeouts, 6 walks on the year for Wyatt.
Freshman they're pretty excited about too. Wyatt has closed a fair amount of games this year. 3 saves. That's second of the ball club, only to Josh Laxer. Fastball that get up into 91, 92, 93 at times. You don't think it from the size, but the left-hander can run it up there, and he's been the most consistent left-hander the entire year.
Robertson, followed by McMullen, and then Laird. Number 9, 1, and 2 were the Tigers. Both these clubs come into this game having won 8 of their last 9. First pitch in there for a strike. Ole Miss did a nice job, I thought, against Nola. I mean, they only got 2 runs, but remember the 2 prior starts for Nola, he'd given up a combined 6 hits in 2 starts. Tonight, LSU touches him for 8 hits. Or excuse me, Ole Miss hits him for 8 hits. That's smoke to the right side, base hit, good start. So Kramer Robertson will lead off the 9th with a single to the right side, and now you got the top of the order.
Nice approach by the freshman right there. Facing a left-hander, thinking you're going to see the fastball out of the way. Drove it to the right side, laid off man on. Now pinch hitter for LSU.
Foster, 3 sacrifice bunts. Looks at a strike.
This is always a unique opportunity. You come in off the bench cold and you're put into bunt, which on the surface seems like an easy thing to do, but sometimes against a funky left-hander, you got to kind of find that release point. They're a good opportunity to put one down, and he pulls back. Almost wonder if he didn't see that pitch. Surprising that you would pinch hit to bunt here. As good a hitter as McMullen is, even if you sacrifice here with him, you think you'd want him in case this game goes another 2, 3, 4 innings.
Popped up the bunt. It'll roll foul. 2 strikes on Foster.
That's 1-2, and you can't see behind you, but if Orvis gloves that ball, it is an out at second base because Robertson had to freeze when that ball went up into the air. You let it go, you get an 0-2 count at the plate, which isn't a bad alternative. If he takes it on the short hop and keeps it fair, there's 1 out. Best case scenario, 1 out with a guy at first base, potentially a double play.
So what do you do here? You still tell him to take a chance with 2 strikes or swing away?
I'm swinging now. And Foster's a guy too. He has some. He's got some ABs. Was a starter last year for a lot of the year. He squared the bunt right away. That's why they picked to see what he would do. The minute that front leg came up, Foster was squaring.
Laird's on deck. That's off the plate. There's the bunt. It is solid down the line. Underhand toss is in time. Well, that's confidence in a guy with the bat in his hands. Well, Mark Laird, who's coming up, was a big hero last Saturday. Came up with 2 out in the bottom of the 9th with Jake Fraley on second. Score tied at 4. Razorbacks intentionally walk Sean McMullen to get to Laird. All he does is single down the left field line, scores the winning run. Tigers win at 5-4. His first career walk-off hit. Now, obviously no walk-off here today, but a chance to be a hero again.
Chance to be a hero. And the one thing to watch is Braxton Lee out in left field and how far he comes in. The approach right here from Laird, especially left on left, is try to take that ball the other way. See if Lee sneaks in even more to try to take that little flare to left away.
Looks at a strike. Laird sitting at 280 on the year. No homers, 13 runs batted in. He's been hit by a pitch, singled, a couple of pop-ups.
That replay showed what Laird's approach is off lefties. Look how far Lee is off the line. And if you go back to that visual we gave you of the last walk-off hit, that ball's barely fair. And yes, Lee's in, but I'd like to see him over. I'm surprised the entire outfield's not shifted more left. With Wyatt shorts plus fastball, you got to believe Laird's going to work closer to that left field line.
And he starts making some steps toward that left field line.
To me, I would go even more extreme. I'd move Lee over. I'd move Bosfield over. I'd cover the left side of the outfield.
If he hooks it down the right field line, you tip your hat and you win. But it's just, that's not the approach. Generally, the approach is middle. Try to use the left side of the field.
2-2 now. Bregman is on deck. Nice running grab, Bosfield. We talk about the speed of LSU in the outfield, but don't underestimate Austin Bosfield's ability to play that position.
And really, you got to give Laird credit. Stays on this pitch, uses the left side of the outfield. Bosfield probably not shaded quite as much as you would think in that situation, but as you said, the closing speed to make that play almost look effortless.
And here's Bregman.
He's not going to beat me. And I don't care what it's been for the past month or month and a half or whatever it is. This is not the guy that I'm going to let beat me.
Last 20 games hitting under 200. Mike Bianco out to the mound. Will he make a change, or will this be a discussion on what they're going to do with Bregman?
They've got Preston Tarkington, who's been kind of the right-handed specialist for this club, down there warming up in the bullpen. The cutter is the pitch with him. He's had quite a few at bats similar to this, where you've got Bregman, right-handed hitter, Savic on deck. Opportunity to go to that right-hander and see if you can't get a big strikeout or some poor contact at least.
A.J. Lastaglio coming out from behind home plate and tell Coach Bianco time to play some ball. It is crunch time here in Oxford. Between these two teams chasing Alabama in the SEC West.
This is a spot too that and you don't see it very often, but I wish you'd see it more. If you think your closer's your best matchup right here, and I don't care if it's a tie ball game, I understand that, but I'm surprised that Laxer hasn't been up and throwing at all.
Bregman, couple of hits last 2 times up.
See him really turn that changeup over. You can see the arm action making sure that if I'm going to miss right here, I'm going to miss down in the dirt.
Well, that was a long conversation at the mound. I'm guessing he made it very clear of his intentions with what he wanted Short to do in this at bat.
It also tells you too the confidence they have in a freshman, because not a lot of times in this spot are you going to allow a freshman, because it only takes one pitch that's hung up in the zone.
There's a strike. Bregman, a guy that Coach Mike Bianco of Ole Miss knows quite well. The two of them spent time together this summer on Team USA. Coach Bianco was the pitching coach for that team, and obviously got to know Alex quite well over the summer. Last year's National Freshman of the Year, Alex Bregman, out of Albuquerque, New Mexico.
That's a pitcher there who's not committed with the pitch he just selected. Fascinated to see what he comes with here, because you got to believe he's going to stay soft. That's where they've been effective all night with Bregman.
Popped him up, middle of the infield. Orvis says he has it, and he does. Coming up for Ole Miss in the bottom of the 9th. It's 6, 7, and 8. We are tied at 2 here in Oxford. ESPNU College Baseball is brought to you by USAA, proudly serving the financial needs of current and former military members and their families.
Back in Oxford, Mississippi, with the score still tied 2-2. Alex Bregman there had an opportunity to put LSU ahead and wasn't able to capitalize. They're going to stay soft the whole at bat. Change up in the dirt, breaking ball for a strike, back to the change up away. Now this is the pitch you have to capitalize on. Watch how stiff the front side is there. He loses the length in the front part of the hitting zone. Off the end of the bat, pop up. That's where you'd like to see the front side stay a little more engaged in the ground, the nose stay down over the hitting zone, and rip that ball over the second baseman's head. Now look, a lot tougher, a lot easier said than done, but Bregman last year seemed to come up with those types of swings and those types of moments, and this year, just for whatever reason, hasn't been able to come up with that big hit.
Well, Ole Miss has been a team that has played a ton of one-run games. As a matter of fact, they have 6 walk-off wins this year. J.B. Woodman looks at a first pitch strike. On the flip side of that, they have lost 3 games in walk-off fashion. And Mike Bianco talked about it. They got walked off Saturday in Starkville. And he said that this team has been in so many of these tight ball games that it really didn't fluster his group. They came back and won on Sunday.
It's pretty impressive in that setting, too, especially with the lead into the 9th inning.
Upstairs, 2-2.
And there's the secondary pitch from Broussard, which is still a work in progress. The fastball, obviously what he featured mainly. The breaking ball, just not a great feel for it yet.
Fouls out of play. Highly touted prospect out of Orlando, Florida. Fouls it back again.
Shows you the recruiting power of a program like this, an atmosphere like this, to land a top flight prospect from Orlando, Florida, here in Oxford, Mississippi. That shouldn't go unnoticed. There's a lot of schools competing for the services of this young man, and Ole Miss wins out on that recruiting battle because of nights like this and atmospheres like this.
It's full now at 3-2 for the former Class 6A Player of the Year in Florida. Fly ball left side. Jared Foster, who stayed in the game after pinch hitting, catches it in fair territory, 1 down. Will Jamison. Couple of strikeouts, singled. Average sitting on 280. Big cut on the 91-mile-an-hour fastball from Broussard. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
Had some life. It looked like a jump right when it got to home plate.
Oh, Jamison whiffs. Tried to protect the plate, missed everything. 2 down. Well, Preston Overby coming up and would love to respond after this error allowed the second run for LSU to come across the plate. Runner at third, 2 outs. Bregman scores, gave LSU the lead momentarily at 2-1 at that time. Now Overby with 2 down, bases empty. Fouls it straight back.
Ole Miss is an aggressive fastball hunting team, but Broussard has won this battle. You can tell these guys are not picking up the fastball. There's some finish, as you said, KP, to this heater. Ole Miss has been tardy on almost every single offering from Broussard so far.
That was pretty nasty. It's 74 miles an hour.
Yeah, that one he got over the top. First curveball, that's only the second curveball that Broussard's thrown the entire night. The first one kind of flailed on it, came up and out of his hands. That one he really finished. That was a good one.
He's ahead 0-2 on Overby. Fouls it straight back. Overby hitting in the 8th spot. Robinson on deck, but Overby will need to reach. Let's just say that this inning ends and we go to extra frames. Do you guys come back out with a Broussard in the 10th, or do you have to make some adjustments?
I'd bring it back out.
Well, we'll find out in a little while. We've got some free baseball on the way. Coming up in the 10th, 4, 5, and 6. Broussard has done his job, as he's done all year. This brings the heater, and we're going to inning number 10. Well, pretty much what we expected. 2 gems on the mound to start this one, and Ellis for Ole Miss and Nola for LSU. And we are headed to extra innings, tied at 2. Ole Miss 4-3 in extra innings. LSU 0-1-1. Of course, got stuck in that tie due to a Sunday travel curfew and couldn't complete the game on Sunday, and it ends in the old-fashioned tie. Nothing like that to screw up a standings. Now you got to go to
Doesn't look
percentage.
right, does it?
No, you got to go to percentages and do the math, and you guys know how I am about that.
Yeah, that's when you check out. You start doing math and the night's over.
So, 4, 5, and 6 coming up. Savic, Moore, Stevenson. The DH, Cade Savic, 333 on the year with 4 homers and 24 runs batted in.
This part of the lineup has been quiet to this point this evening. You got to believe at some point this run of hitters is going to put together some at-bats.
There's a strike to Savic. Out of Maurepas.
Got a boy.
Louisiana. Small town.
He nailed it. 5th time's a charm. There you go.
You know, let's not go there.
I'm sorry.
Off the fist, little blooper, shortstop. Robinson makes the play.
What the fastball location for the freshman too. And the first 2 pitches really didn't hit his spots, and he came back in. Now we're trying to bust that fastball inside. You want it to stick there. You don't want that to come back over the wide of the plate. 4-seamer stayed in on the hands of Savic. Wanted to pop it up for the first out of the inning.
And those are the type of pitches that are going to allow this young left-hander to make his way through lineups and not just be a lefty specialist.
Chris Chinea will grab a bat for LSU, and he will pinch hit for Tyler Moore. So one catcher for the other. A sophomore out of Miami, Florida. His first opportunity as a pinch hitter here in 2014. On the year, 204, does have 1 home run. To the right side, that'll be foul. This is the 314th meeting between these 2 clubs in a series that goes all the way back to 1906. It's pretty even. 166 wins for LSU, 147 for Ole Miss. That one is chopped. It'll be a fair ball. Another nice pick over there at first by Sykes Orvis. 2 down. Well, more college baseball coming your way. You see on the left side of your screen, it all starts Saturday, 8 o'clock Eastern, right here on ESPNU. Baylor, Kansas State. Georgia, Florida, Sunday at noon on ESPNU as well. And then ESPN will have Vanderbilt and Arkansas. Andrew Stevenson came in as the SEC's leading hitter, but he's seen his average dip tonight to 366. He's lost 10 points on an 0 for 3 evening. Looks at a strike, 1-1. As we're lucky to go around on Thursday nights, we've all been around the country, baseball games, but to be Thursday nights in this league at some of these facilities we have an opportunity to go see, it is truly amazing. Strike number 2.
I think they're still filing in right field. I don't think we've lost any. I think they're still piling in out there.
It was a great scene when the Sykes Orvis home run left the yard in the 2nd inning. Out there in right field. There's a chopper down the line at first. Foul ball. Will do it again. had a chance Saturday to be down in Starkville and be a part of the NCAA record on-campus attendance mark. Over 15,000 piled in to Dudy Noble. Bettered their old record of 14,900 and change set years ago against Florida.
Be there next week. Next Thursday night, back at the Dude.
The investment that athletic directors make in baseball in this league, I think, is what separates it from others. I mean, they make a financial commitment really across the board. You look at the new ballparks LSU and South Carolina have.
I think you've seen the payback there too. I mean, just what those programs have done.
We got a couple big redos on the way too. Georgia putting a big number into their facility. Alabama essentially completely redoing their place, and so the facilities just continue to get better. The depth of the facilities continue to get better as this league furthers its domination with attendance and with passion for the college game.
The second, Overby. Scoops, throws, inning over. So we'll go to the bottom of the 10th. Does Ole Miss have another walk-off in them? Robinson, Lee, Bossfield coming up. The home for college baseball right here on ESPN. Ole Miss and LSU, and this was in the second inning. Sykes Orvis elevates one just over the right field fence, his 9th of the year. And then we watched Nola go to work and do what he does.
Fastball domination for most of the night for Nola. This will cost Ole Miss. Put the suicide squeeze on. Perfect time to pitch out for LSU. They timed it perfectly. And then the error at second base, which led to the second LSU run. Ball goes under Overby's glove. Well-timed double play for LSU. Really, Ellis matched Nola pitch for pitch tonight all the way throughout the ball game. And this one tied it off the bat. Know if it would be enough. In this case, not enough was a good thing. Little ground ball in the infield, scored the second run. Still tied at 2 as we go to the bottom of the 10th.
And as you guys expected, Broussard with the ball in his hand. Errol Robinson, the shortstop.
Of course, Robinson got the rally started last time around with a leadoff hit off Nola, where he actually tried to call timeout, got back in the box, and delivered the leadoff single.
Down ball to the right side. Nice stab at first. Well done by first baseman Connor Hale, and one down in the inning. So at the top of the order now, Braxton Lee will move in against Broussard. By the way, Chinea stayed in the game after pinch hitting. He's now behind the plate for Tyler Moore. The 2-0 in there for a strike. misses on the inside.
He took all the way on 2-0. Now 3-1. Let's see if he takes all the way here. The 2-0 split the plate. It was a great pitch to hit. Does he have the green light? Is he going to see another one?
So Austin Bosfield will step in, the 2-hole hitter. One down in the inning. Bosfield does have a hit tonight.
What a time for Braxton Lee to get a jump and steal a bag.
That's what Palmineri's thinking for LSU too. Has a stolen base tonight. He's 20 out of 23.
You know, and bulk numbers are great, but real base stealers make their money stealing bags in these types of situations. Can you steal a base when everybody in the park knows you want to go this point in the ball game? If you can, that's what separates yourself as an elite base stealer and certainly makes you that much more valuable to your club. Steal a bag in this spot, and Ole Miss really becomes dangerous.
Tanea's behind the plate. Just came into the game. Catches that fastball in their first strike. The Bosfield. 0-1.
Would you see that, KP? That was the almost no pause there from Broussard. You got to be careful. That was borderline balk. Have to come to a stop with your hands.
Trying to mix the look up, but he almost mixed it up too much.
Now you see the long hold, and so as a base runner, you're trying to get his cadence. Is when he holds long, that's when he picks, and then when he comes set and goes, that's when he's going to the. You've got to try to get any kind of edge you can here, and if you can get that read and you've got the green light, now is the time.
There's the pitch out.
And I don't like that from Broussard. If you're going to pitch out, you don't want to slide step. The runner's not going to steal on a slide step. So if you're trying to get him to steal to induce an easy throw out at second base, you don't want to slide step pitch out.
Bosfield at the plate has seen 24 pitches tonight. On deck, Austin Anderson. Now it's 2-1. KP, as a pitcher, when you're asked to throw to first this many times, does it get you out of your rhythm?
It can. I think it's all how comfortable are you being quick to home plate. I mean, if you're comfortable with that, the throws over don't really matter that much. But if you're not, you start thinking about it even more. I got to be really quick, and that's usually when the ball comes up in the zone.
That ball's hammered to left. Foster backpedals and makes the catch. Boy, but Bosfield hit it right on the sweet spot.
What a good swing this was. Broussard with a good fastball down in the zone. The pitch he's trying to make, a pitch easily you could get a double play ball on, but Bosfield keeps that nose down. Watch him get the barrel to the back of that ball, and he thinks he maybe got a double over his head, but LSU wisely playing deep in left field and takes potentially a double away from Bosfield.
Boy, he's had 4 real good at-bats tonight. Anderson steps in, 2 down in the inning. Lee still hanging out at first base. He will throw over again.
Go now.
Boy, it sure would be. It would be a great gamble with him just pitching out. You got to believe they don't want to fall behind Anderson 2-0. It's a fastball pitcher, but you've been over there long enough to find his rhythm.
You know, you're sitting here, you're a 3-hole hitter. So if he goes and gets thrown out, you're still going to have next time up 3, 4, 5 coming up.
You know, sometimes they don't with a good left-handed hitter. You don't want to take away the hole between first and second. You're going to leave him there to offer up that hole. But
it's not going to matter here. Not going to matter because Bregman's going to cover. We've seen this from LSU a few times tonight. Bregman has covered more than we've seen Robertson, the second baseman.
And I'll give LSU and Broussard a lot of credit. He has varied his holds. He's varied his looks, picked quite a bit. But once the foot comes up, he is not the quickest guy to the plate. You could get him. I just think right now Mike Bianco trusts these hitters in his lineup and doesn't want to take a chance of getting thrown out.
There he goes, the pitch out. Ball scoots into center, backed up by Robertson, and there's the stolen base, even on a pitch out.
Well, a lot of times, 2-2 count, you wouldn't take a pitching out, but in this spot, who cares? I mean, if he ends up at first base and you walk him, it's no big deal because the guy that matters, in this case, is standing at second base. It's a great idea by LSU, but Chinea just off the bench just can't make the throw.
2 outs, 2 strikes. To left, slicing right into Foster's glove, and Ole Miss will leave another runner on base. We have played 10 here in Oxford, and we're still tied at 2. 2-9-1 for LSU, 2-8-1 for Ole Miss as we go to the top of the 11th inning to win these two longtime rivals. First meeting way back in 1906. Well, both bullpens have done their jobs, much like the starters that we anticipated to get the job done, but it's been a nice evening of work for Wyatt Short. Wonder if we'll see Broussard, or is he's hit a season high for pitches.
I think that's probably going to be it.
Hale, Ibarra, Robertson. 7, 8, and 9. Alan Dunn talking to Broussard. It's pretty animated discussion Alan Dunn was having with his reliever.
Love to see coaches coaching.
Yep.
And that's exactly what he's doing. Every opportunity you get in one of these games is a learning opportunity, and Alan Dunn is known for high-level coaching. You see him doing that all the time with these pitchers. And this staff is probably not the most talented one they've had here at LSU, but boy, are they pitching.
Well, and he gives them every opportunity, too. I mean, the pitch-out calls tonight and when they were called by Alan Dunn and that LSU bench were timed perfectly.
No swing. Seven, 8, 9. Slap down the line. It'll be foul. 2-2 now.
Josh Laxer up and throwing in that Ole Miss bullpen. He is the closer, has been most recently. Mid-90s fastball, but no time to save your closer tonight.
Back up the middle. Overby. Nothing he can do with it except underhand toss it to his shortstop. Infield single. Good start for LSU, and Hale is on board with nobody out.
Overby not a natural second baseman, has learned the position. Right here, he's got a jump throw. You got to put your right foot in the ground, jump and turn and throw that ball. You have no chance to get the guy out by flipping that ball to shortstop. Nothing to lose by trying to throw that ball to first base. Right foot in the ground, jump, throw it low, make sure your first baseman can handle it. Give your team a chance there. Not saying you're going to get the out, but you never know.
Christian Ibarra. 3 home runs on the year, 17 runs batted in. Do you ask him to lay a bunt down?
He showed there.
And he will do it again and pulls it back, looks at a strike.
Come on, good mindset. Let's go.
Looks at another strike.
Gave up on that one. Squared to bunt, gave up on it because there's a breakable that started away, kind of backdoor breakable. It came back over. Now Ibarra in an 0-2 hole. They kept it on with Foster last time with 2 strikes. Let's see if Paul Maneri does the same thing here with Ibarra.
What pitch did you like to bunt on? What was it? What did you have your most success with?
You would like the fastball up and out and away. Anything spinning hard or in makes it very uncomfortable. And last time he kind of bailed Foster out and threw a soft breaking ball middle. If he's going to throw a breaking ball here, throw the put away breaking ball. Obviously you don't want to allow the runner to advance, but you got to trust your senior catcher here to block the ball up. See if you can get a strikeout here on a bunt opportunity.
There's the bunt. It's in play. Short's throw is to first. And they get the out, but Ibarra does his job.
Yeah, and just not taking advantage of the count there. It's 0-2. Why not waste a pitch and see if you can get a foul off or a bunt through a pitch? Instead, another easy middle of the plate pitch, and Ibarra does his job.
Especially after the reaction you saw from Ibarra with that breakable the time before.
So Kramer Robertson will step in. The 9-hole hitter with a runner in scoring position. Here comes Mike Bianco. Out to the mound.
I think you go to Laxer right here. Robertson's AB the last time against the freshman. He shot it to right field for a single. You give him a totally different look. Go right-hander that'll be mid-90s against Robertson.
So Mike Bianco is going to make a change with LSU knocking on the door in extra innings. We are tied at 2 here in Oxford. We'll update the change on the other side. Nice job tonight by Wyatt Short. 2 1/3, couple of hits, no walks, no Ks. Threw 39 pitches But now it's time to give way to the right-hander, Josh Laxer. His 15th appearance, a sub-2 ERA. And look at the strikeouts to walk ratio in 22 2/3 innings.
Max effort guy. I mean, the fastball's going to be into the low to mid 90s at times. Change up and a breaking ball to go with it. But it's that fastball that really has propelled Laxer now to the closer role for this Ole Miss team. And there's no reason to save your closer on a night to where there's not going to be a safe situation anymore for Ole Miss. Get him in there. You're going to get beat at this point. You got everything you wanted out of the freshman left-hander, really everything you've wanted out of both arms that have been out there so far tonight for Ole Miss.
And it looks as though Paul Maneri is going to grab another bat off that LSU bench and go with Jake Fraley. Excuse me, Jake, the freshman out of Middletown, Delaware. So a little righty-lefty action coming up with a runner in scoring position. Only one down here in the 11th inning. Inning got started when Connor Hale reached to start the inning. LSU with 28 wins, 9 losses, and 1 tie. They are 8-6-1 in league play. First pitch fouled straight back. Ole Miss at 29-9. They're 9-6 in league play, but they have been dominant in this building. They are 20-2 at home.
And you know Mike Bianco knows who's on LSU's bench. You know when he goes Laxer, they're going to go Fraley. Interesting decision there to make this move considering the matchup, but obviously he trusts Laxer to get this big out.
The runner will go to third on a pitch down in the dirt. So now all you want to do is get one up in the air.
Goes with the slider down and in, and obviously cuts that one off. Allen does all he can do. Ball just advances too far away. Excellent job there by Hale to be aggressive, stay alert, take advantage of that. Huge at bat here for the Tigers.
1-1 to count to Fraley. Through the left side, LSU has the lead. LSU leads it 3-2 here in the 11th as Fraley picks up the RBI.
Well, what a mature at bat from a young hitter. Easy there to try to hit a fly ball, try to get big, stays short, uses the backside of the infield. And the Tigers are in business here up 3-2. That is not easy to do, to come off the bench, thrown it out there against a guy like Laxer who's got plus stuff. But you love the approach there to get the Tigers on the board and take a 3-2 lead here.
Jared Foster came on as a pinch hitter a few innings back, stayed in the game to play left, will grab a bat and hit with one down and a runner at first.
He squared right out. Looks like he was trying to sack bunt with one out.
Come on, Big Boss.
That looked more of the base hit variety. Showed it late. Foster comes into the game scuffling. Sack bunt in the first attempt. Now trying to base hit bunt. Certainly doesn't appear to be real confident up there right now.
Tries it again. It's now 1-2. Foster hitting just 143 on the year. This LSU team in the bottom half of the league list of batting average at 273.
Watch Fraley over there. Just 2 of 3 this year for stolen bases, but you're in a breakable count right now. And Laxer, I know he's a fastball guy, but if you're going to get anything off speed, you probably get it in this count.
Throw back.
And Laxer's giving you all the information you need as a base stealer there. A long arm pickoff. Really no chance to get you there with that long arm motion. Fraley's got the opportunity to get as big a lead as he wants.
Way out in front of the off-speed pitch. Pitch out, not working. 2-2 on Foster. Runner goes, fouled straight back.
Wonder if he'll send him again. A 2-2 fastball there. They were probably banking on the breaking ball. Ole Miss goes with the heater. Foster, who's struggling, if he swings and through it here, you might get a strike him out, throw him out.
Allen must have been set up off the plate because he didn't even move from that.
Yeah, he threw it where he wanted to right here. Watch where he's set up. He has to go get it a little bit. You can see he brings it back just enough. I think it just didn't miss off, but trying to throw that fastball down and away. Now 3-2 count even with the 1 out. I think you'll see Fraley moving again.
Runner goes down the line and left. Long run in the corner. Catch is made. And the throw back in. And they have a chance to double up. The long throw. Double play. Runner was going and Fraley gets nailed. He rounded second base and had to go back and touch it before he could head back to first.
But this relay, too. It's a great move by Braxton Lee to get to it. Now get it in as quickly as you can. But the freshman, Errol Robinson, goes and gets it, knows the situation, spins. Strong throw on, and you hold LSU to just 1 run there in the top of the 12th.
But the damage was done. A pitch in the dirt allows the runner to move up 90 feet. Then the base hit to left gives LSU a 1-run lead. As Ole Miss and Sykes Orvis have it in. Back in Oxford, where LSU leads it 3-2 as we go to the bottom of the 11th inning. There's a line on Broussard, 2 1/3, 37 pitches, a season high for Joe.
And you know the approach here for Ole Miss is see if you can get a fastball on the inside part of the plate, maybe tie this up with 1 swing of the bat.
4, 5, 6 coming up. Will Allen swinging for fences there.
And there it was. Broussard just with some real late life on that fastball. You see that ball explode up and in as it gets to home plate.
Is that going to drop? It will. Will Allen Allen will try to reach second as the ball is bobbled in right center. Boy, there are not a lot of spots in the outfield where you can drop one in front of this group, but he found one.
He did, and you see Laird go flying across, but this is a good situation, too, in owning the outfield arm. So Stevenson's going to go back behind Laird the minute he dives, and at first it looks like he fields it cleanly, but just off the edge of the glove, everything in front of Will Allen right here. It's the one thing. There's a lot of speed in this LSU outfield, but the arms are not great. Allen takes advantage of it. Ends up a leadoff. They call it a single and an error on Stevenson to get Allen to second base, and now they'll run for him.
Yeah, they will go grab Cameron Deshawn off the bench. The freshman out of Beaumont, Texas, will run at second base for Will Allen. And here is Sykes Orvis with a home run back in the second inning. The team leader with 9 long balls on the year.
And the dilemma here for Broussard is you got a dead red fastball hitter, and that's what's your strength. So you better make sure you get this to the outside part of the plate, or Orvis could end it with one swing of the bat.
That's off the plate, 91 miles an hour. Longest stint on the mound this year for Joe Broussard. Trying to close this one out for LSU. Mentioned it before, but Ole Miss has 6 walk-off wins this year. Down in the dirt.
KP now at 2-0. Do you go ahead and pitch around him here, or do you challenge 2-0?
No, I don't think so. I still think you challenge him. You don't want to put the potential winning run over on first base. And I know that Orvis has had one heck of a year and can end it with one swing, but I still think you go after him. You still got a guy in the mound that's throwing 92, 93 miles an hour when he runs it up there.
There's a strike, 2-1.
The ability to throw a fastball in a fastball count and execute is what separates pitchers at every level. You know you have to throw a fastball there, and you do, and you make your pitch, and now you're right back in the count.
Looking fastball again.
Oh, you better believe it. Broussard has given you no reason not to. Sitting dead red.
Hammers it. Deep to right center. What a catch in right field. Runner will tag and hold up at third. Mark Laird showing you some of that speed in the LSU outfield. May have saved the day for LSU.
You got a center fielder in center, and you got a center fielder in right. And Laird going glove side on this one. It's a perfect break. A little bit easier for the left-handed right fielder to go get it, and he just ran it down.
When he's looking for a fastball and gets him, look at him get the barrel out and around this ball and hook it into right center field, and he thinks he's got enough to at least get it off the wall. Laird with a great catch. And Deshawn with an excellent job of making sure he didn't wander too far off the base, and now is able to tag and time run only 90 feet away.
J.B. Woodman steps in, fouls it off the end of the bat. He's behind 0-1. Still only 1 down in the inning. Man, that was a lot of room that Mark Laird had to cover out there in right field on a line drive. And that wasn't like a lazy fly ball. called out of play.
Pretty good hack. Pretty good hack. This is a kid they're excited about. I know we talk about Woodman and how highly touted of a recruit he was, but he just looks the part. I mean, he's going to grow into that body. 6'3", only going to add some weight. He's going to be a player before he's done.
Maybe the biggest at bat of his young career here.
Ole Miss tonight. This will be a number that they will think about. They're 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position. Credit LSU and Nola and Broussard. When they've needed to make pitches, they've done it.
Yep.
Infield in. That's up in the zone.
See those hands on that take? It was a good take because he didn't go, but the hands dropped down.
Pinch hitter coming up for Ole Miss. Holt Perdzak. The sophomore out of Memphis grabs a bat. Holt, ground ball to Bregman. And we will just roll on to the 12th inning. Laird, Bregman will start things off for LSU as we move to inning number 12.
Appears Buster's been busy.
Yeah, Scott. I was just about to use
That's a bunch of ground-up paper, lad. Scott's Easy Seed uses a fine seed, fertilizer, and natural mulch that holds water so you can grow grass anywhere. Seed your lawn. Seed it.
Old Spice isn't nice, and it comes with a price. My boy Garrett chose to wear it, now he can't help but entice. All these ladies, all these women are upon him like lice. As a mother, I condemn your body spray from Old Spice.
Hey, Mom.
Yeah?
We've got Allstate, right?
Uh-huh.
Yes. Well, I found this new thing called
Allstate Quick Photo Claim.
It's an app. You understand that? Just take photos of the damage with your phone and upload them to Allstate.
Really?
So you get a
quicker estimate, quicker payment.
Quicker back to normal.
I just did it. But maybe you can find an app that will help you explain this to your father.
Introducing Quick Photo Claim. Just another way Allstate is changing car insurance for good.
Tied at 3, we go to the 12th inning. On an SEC Thursday night from Oxford, Mississippi. We'll go back to the 11th a moment ago, and a key at-bat from a youngster with a sacrifice fly, scoring Cameron Deshawn to tie it up at 3. Well, a couple of balls hit pretty well that inning. Sykes Orvis hammered one in the gap, chased down by Laird. Bunted at the plate.
Yeah, that play by Laird in right field. We talk about a game changer. He doesn't get to that ball. Ball goes in the gap. It's second and third, nobody out for Ole Miss to start the inning. Instead, it gave LSU a chance to move on to the 12th.
Austin Knight moves in behind the plate. Sophomore out of Hattiesburg. As Laird lead things off. Did he go? No. Laxer thought he went for sure. So did most of the Ole Miss faithful inside Swayze Field.
First look, it didn't look like he did. He just held up.
Didn't hold up on that one. Base hit to center field for Mark Laird. Now the wheels start turning again. Bregman coming up, the 3-hole hitter. Laird with great speed, but not a lot of numbers when you talk about stolen bases.
And you get the backup catcher in the game. Certainly you're not going to bunt with Bregman. They've been throwing nothing but soft stuff to him all night, so really a great opportunity here for Laird to steal a base.
2 hits tonight for the LSU shortstop. Runner goes, fouled straight back.
Good to see Laird take a chance there, and LSU cut him loose. After the swing, Bregman just took it that fastball. In a 1-1 count here, I wouldn't be surprised if they go back to the breaking ball here. See if Laird goes twice in a row.
And Bregman fouls it back.
Had the one they wanted. Had the one they wanted. I know it's a 1-1 count, but in that spot, if Bregman lets that go, and Laird's standing on second base.
It's a 1-1 breaking ball, and it's a breaking ball swing. Look at him; he's mad at himself. He knows he made a mistake there. And if it's a 1-1 fastball down Broadway, obviously take your best hack, but don't pull the trigger on a 1-1 slider when you got your speedster, got the base stolen easy.
Boy, and then a shallow pop-up to right. Bregman is retired.
I can't help but think as this game unfolds, you would think the pressure's on Ole Miss because they're a home team, but LSU, Nola starts the game. They've already burned Broussard. They need to win this game.
Well, yeah, and you've burned Broussard for tomorrow, and if he goes much longer, you're coming close to burning him for game 3.
I mean, he's gone a season high.
Yeah, I would think that he's potentially already burned for the weekend. Potentially. We don't know what that limit is, but this is the type of game where it could be deflating, to say the least, for LSU. If you run Nola and Broussard out there and don't walk away with a win.
Well, Chris Chamber will grab a bat. The junior out of Baton Rouge Catholic High School, hitting 200 on the year with 1 homer and 9 runs batted in. There goes Laird. They swing and foul it off again. Do they not want him to straight steal?
I don't know if we got good communication going on here. I can't imagine they're hitting and running with a guy right off the bench. And if you're going to send Laird, first pitch of an at-bat, you'd think you'd put a take on there with your hitter, even a fake bunt type of deal where you keep the catcher back.
Two strikes now on Chambra. So now with 2 strikes. Chambra trying to move the runner over. 93 miles an hour right by him.
That's one of the best fastballs we've seen from Laxer, and picks the right time to do it. Good time to just elevate. This was the location that we were talking about the last time. When the freshman came up and Woodman flew out to center field, that's the spot you want to try to throw. Just up and out of the zone at a spot they can't go get it. Shambro went after it. Now after a leadoff single, there's 2 outs. Laird still stands on first base.
Janea at the plate. Looks it off speed. In there for a strike. 0-1. To right center. Nice play by Cameron Deshawn, who just checked in for Ole Miss. It'll be 8-9, the top of the order for the Rebs, the bottom of the 12th. Going to the bottom of the 12th inning. LSU with 12 hits, Ole Miss with 9. Don't forget, more baseball coming up. Got a couple of games coming up on ESPNU Saturday at 8 Eastern. Baylor and Kansas State. Noon on Sunday, Georgia and Florida from Gainesville. And then on ESPN Sunday at 1 o'clock Eastern time, it'll be Vanderbilt heading out to Fayetteville, Arkansas to meet the Hogs. New pitcher on the mound for this LSU club is Parker Bugg. The 6'6" freshman out of San Diego, California, gets the ball, his 18th appearance. His ERA is pretty nasty at 1.17 and 21 strikeouts and 23 innings of work.
And just 3 walks for the freshman, who's been really, really good this year for LSU. A couple of saves for Parker Bugg. Guy that, with that 6'6" frame, really does a good job of getting that fastball down in the zone. Good tilt on the fastball, but a freshman that stepped into a pretty key role. Broussard at the back end of that bullpen, but Bugg has been the guy to get him the ball a lot.
So pinch hitter Dalton Doolin will grab a bat and hit for Overby. Closing in on a 4-hour ball game. Kick off this 3-game series. Two strikes now on Doolin. 2-2 on Doolin out of Memphis. Fouls it straight back. Doolin hanging in there. Gets another swing at it.
Doolin's a good young player. They got high hopes for this youngster. Comes out of the Doolin Dodger program. His dad, Tim, has produced so many good players. A lot of Ole Miss Rebels have come out of that program, including Zach Cozart. And they go around, they play as good a schedule as anybody throughout the summer. So he's certainly no stranger to big-time competition. You see here he's putting up a great at-bat so far.
Cozart, one of the great shortstops in Ole Miss history. Doolin can't get the bug. The one time you want the bug, you can't get it.
I tell you, we talked about Ole Miss going to Florida to get Woodman, but look at Bug showing you so much talent there. The angle on that fastball, a 6'6" freshman from San Diego, California, showing you LSU's diversity and how they can go nationally and recruit. And traditionally through the years they've done that. They've had some great players from all over the country.
Got Bregman from New Mexico too, standing out at short.
Robinson steps in, the 9-hole hitter. Got a couple hits tonight. His average up over 300 now. He's at 301 for the freshman shortstop. To the strike, 0-2. Braxton Lee waits on deck. No swing. Robinson will look at another pitch.
Pretty good breaking ball though from the freshman, and a good job by the freshman Robinson to hold up. Started those hands, held it up just in time. Now worked it back to a 2-2 count.
Called strike 3. Robinson back to the dugout. 2 outs.
Parker Bug putting on a show so far. The freshman just stick the two-seam fastball on the outside part of the plate. Cheney goes out and gets it, keeps it right there. A couple of strikeouts for Bug since coming into the game here in the 12th.
Hit hard by Braxton Lee, but right to left. And that'll do it. Stevenson, Hale Ibarra, 6, 7, and 8 coming up for LSU as we move to the 13th. Move to the 13th inning, tied at 3. And you look at Andrew Stevenson, who will lead things off. And boy, a guy that has made a dramatic change in terms of statistics. Break down his swing from last year to this year, Chris.
Well, we got it freeze framed here on the way he starts his swing. So look how the bat is laid off on the right side of your screen. More traditional position on the left. But this is where it starts to change. The hands are lower here on the right as he starts to try to flatten the bat out sooner. Notice the right arm there at impact. Look how disconnected on the left. And then on the right here, we see the extension. And the bat path is working more back to front as opposed to down and up. And because of that, he's made much more solid contact this year, as evidenced by the batting average. When you talk to the staff and Javi Sanchez and Paul Maneri, and they'll just talk about how much improvement he made over the summertime. He basically went out and found it himself, and that layoff move, while unique, has got him in a much better position to square up balls.
1-1 the count. Was it who said that the natural swing plane should be 9 degrees?
Some guy named Ted Williams.
Yeah.
You dropped that. Was that last week?
Yeah.
You dropped 9% on it.
Just threw that out.
9 degrees. You ever heard of him?
9 degrees.
He got a couple hits.
It's almost the same.
Well, the reality is sometimes, especially left-handed slap hitters like Stevenson, they think downward is going to help them produce more ground balls. But usually the more down you go, then the more steeply you travel back up. And a lot of times it has the opposite effect. You end up hitting a lot of shank foul balls and weak contact. So as he's worked the bat now flatter on the backside, he can work more through the ball on the front side.
Ground ball to the right side. Dalton Doolin makes the play as he stays in to play second base. Here's Connor Hale, first baseman. We're in inning number 13, and combined, we've only seen 6 pitchers, 3 from each team. It's hard to believe this game started with Ellis against Nola. Popped him up. That'll get out of play.
You think about the handful of plays that have led us to this point. Orvis hits a fly ball that gets out by a foot that Laird actually gets his glove on. Overby obviously lets the ball go between his legs. Ole Miss blows a suicide squeeze type of opportunity.
Laird catches a ball in right center field, kind of made up for that one that just fell out of his glove over the fence.
That ball's smoked down the line and left. That'll be a fair ball. There goes Connor Hale flying around first, and he will safely slide into second base with 1 out.
Well, there's the big swing LSU was looking for to get him going. Connor Hale, watch him stay back on this breaking ball. And what a path this is in the front part of that zone. Not only to barrel that ball up, but to keep it fair. Stand-up double, and LSU has a chance now to take the lead.
Pretty good day for Connor Hale. He's been on base all 5 times, scored 2 of LSU's 3 runs so far.
4th double of the year for Hale. Now here's Ibarra with a chance to drive in the go-ahead run. Ibarra's averaging .277 with 3 home runs. Fouls it straight back. Big cut. 92-mile-an-hour fastball from Laxer. Ibarra 1 hit tonight, a single. That one misses off the plate.
Now, this is one of those scenarios where the go-ahead run is at second base. Notice Braxton Lee there in left field, playing still awfully deep. And for me, the only chance to throw this base Connor Hale out at home plate is you got to come in and over and try to sit in that 6 hole so that if a ground ball gets through the left side of the infield, you got a chance to cut that run down.
Did he go? Yes, he did.
I just don't know if he can do that from that position. Obviously, you don't want to come in so shallow that a ball beats you over. Barra unable to hold back there. Boy, he takes a healthy hack. Tough to stop it once you get it going like he does. A lot of momentum generated there to get that swing started. Big leg kick, a lot of hand movement.
See him tracked it right out of Laxer's hands. Held up the swing, just checked the swing, and went around too long on the breaking ball before that. That time he saw it early.
So now it's full, 3-2. Walked him. So Danny Zardone will step to the plate. The freshman out of Pembroke Pines, Florida. And Mike Bianco out to the mound.
I got to think this one too is just a chance to give Laxer a breather. And it was Mac's effort to Ibarra that last at bat, stretching Laxer out to a point that he usually doesn't go. So now you give him a few minutes to maybe get his legs back under him. I don't think they're going to the pen.
You can see him there coaching on what happens on a comebacker. He's seeing point to second base there. You get a ball hit hard right back at you. Go to shortstop. Let's turn to 1-6-3. All the different scenarios that could unfold here, and certainly game plan on how to attack a hitter that they probably didn't spend a lot of time on in their scouting report.
You know, the other aspect of this, guys, is both these teams have gone deep into their benches, so your normal regular players like Jamison and Wright, Overby at second, Will Allen behind the plate aren't involved in the game anymore. Well, you got a guy, guys out there that haven't seen a whole lot of innings. Ground ball to short, right through the wickets. That will score the go-ahead run as Hale touches home. Ibarra goes to third. The throw gets over his head, and it'll bounce off the screen in front of the dugout. So two huge misplays defensively by Ole Miss have allowed a couple of runs to score tonight.
Watch Robinson go to a knee here. I've never been a big fan of going to a knee. He goes to a knee a little late with getting the glove down. You don't know, did the runner shield him a little bit? But wow, you just had a feeling a game like this would come down to a miscue defensively, and Ole Miss blinks first.
So they will walk Foster to load him up. So for the second time, LSU has had the lead in extra innings.
And that's a lonely place to be as a middle infielder. Ole Miss has been steady all year defensively. Now, each of their starting middle infielders has made costly mistakes that have led to 2 unearned LSU runs.
You wonder too, I mean, I know the base runner was out of the way by the time that ball got to Robinson, but was he in the spot to where he just didn't pick it up off the bat? There was enough that he was a little bit indecisive, went down to a knee, and that was the difference.
So here's Laird to step in with the bases juiced. And Mike Bianco out to the mound again, and he's going to go get the left-hander. Boy, look, you can just tell by his walk. He told us about these games, these type of games. The pressure on every pitch to be almost perfect. And the freshman let one get by him, and LSU has a 1-run lead. We will update the change on the other side.
At mycleanpc.com.
Well, the Ole Miss defense has let them down a couple of times tonight. The last one let the go-ahead run slide through, and Jeremy Massey will get the ball now for the Rebels. His 11th appearance of the year, 2.38 ERA, worked 34 innings, 24 strikeouts and 8 walks for the left-hander.
And the errors have been costly for Ole Miss tonight. First, we'll see Preston Overby here just come up too soon on a routine ground ball. Both these plays are plays these guys make 99 out of 100 times. But tonight, the miscues have proved costly. Still another at-bat left. Boy, the what-ifs for the Ole Miss defense tonight, you know, have got the staff frustrated because they could be home right now with a victory had they just played routine plays the way that they normally do.
And now you get Laird to step in with the bases loaded. Only one down in the inning. Certainly Laird will be a hard guy to double up. Popped him up left side. Will it stay in play? It will. Nice catch by the third baseman Anderson, running away from the field. Everybody stays where they are, 2 down. Here's Bregman, who didn't have one of his better at-bats his last time up. 2 out of 6 tonight for the sophomore shortstop. Looks at a first pitch strike. Bregman's average at 285. A couple of homers, 26 runs batted in. Bregman 1 for 6 this year with the bases loaded.
When Bregman was going so well last year, it just seemed like he wore out the middle of the field. I mean, everything he hit was on the screws right up the middle. The last few balls he's really pulled off. You could tell he's still, even though he's got a few knocks tonight, he doesn't feel comfortable.
Well, we are combined 2 for 22 tonight with runners in scoring position. LSU's 2 out of 13. Ole Miss 0 for 9. Just off the plate. 2-2.
A couple good takes there from Bregman. This is the type of bat where if you stay patient and you make Massey get you out and don't expand your zone and get yourself out, you got to like Bregman's chances to square a ball up here and potentially extend the lead for LSU.
Down in the dirt, got him. Well, Ole Miss will need another rally. Can they do it again? Bossfield, Anderson, Deshaun, 2, 3, and 4 coming up for the Rebs. Ole Miss down a run as we go to the bottom of the 13th inning. And LSU grabbing another arm out of that bullpen. Kurt McCune, the 6'3" senior out of Destrehan High School, Norco, Louisiana.
Guy that's filled just about every role for this LSU club since he's been there. Started a fair amount. Now tonight they're going to turn to him and see if McCune can get the save. It would be his second save on the year.
Two, 3, and 4. Ballsfield will step in first for Ole Miss. First pitch from McCune misses inside. Bounce straight back, 1-1.
I tell you, I like Bosfield's swing. I mean, it is efficient. He really does a good job of loading in rhythm and seems to be on time with almost every swing he makes. Not much wasted movement. Handles different pitches in different zones. Plays an effortless center field. Just a good-looking prospect for the Rebels.
Ground ball to third. Ibarra gets a nice hop. One down.
Big first out from McCune. Last time LSU scored in extra innings, Ole Miss came back to score one of their own in the 11th, but it was a leadoff single by Will Allen that ended up coming around this time to get the leadoff man on. Out, excuse me.
Austin Anderson grabs a bat. 4 homers on the year. His average now at 346.
We'll change up to start him off right there, so run the change up out of way.
To the count. This was Anderson last week against 2 weeks ago against Auburn on a pitch out that got over the plate. He steps out and hammers it for a 3-run homer, and Ole Miss walks off Auburn in this building. You don't see that very often.
I've never seen that.
I was going to say, I don't know that I ever have.
Never seen that.
Followed by the light show out in right field when it left.
Ground ball to second. Out number 2. Look at the games coming up this weekend. Baylor, Kansas State on the U at 8 o'clock Eastern on Saturday night. And Georgia, Florida Sunday at noon on ESPNU. Vanderbilt and Arkansas go at it at 1 o'clock Eastern time from Fayetteville. That game can be seen on ESPN. Brantley Bell will pinch hit. Brantley hitting .348 on the year. Freshman out of Phoenix, Arizona. He will hit in the cleanup spot where Will Allen was hitting. Will got a base hit, and that ball's hammered in the gap in left center, but is it enough? No. And that is your ball game. Bell hit it hard, but LSU finds a way to win this one. A couple of defensive miscues by Ole Miss basically cost him this game as the Tigers win game 1 4-3.
We got what we thought we would see on the mound by both sides. I mean, Ellis and Nola had a great battle deep into it, and it was a few defensive miscues by Ole Miss that ended up the difference in this one. I will tell you this, though, when you look at Ole Miss top to bottom, offensively, defensively on the mound, it's a really complete team. just a few big spots tonight that couldn't come through.
Yeah, this one's going to be tough to swallow for Ole Miss. Plenty of chances to win this game. Got to give LSU a lot of credit. They really mortgaged the farm to win this game. Nola went deep. Broussard went deeper than he has all year. Huge first win for LSU, but Ole Miss still a great chance to win this series and get right back in the mix in the SEC West.
Well, the final score, 4-3, LSU wins it in 13. ESPNU's coverage of SEC Thursday Night Baseball continues next week from Starkville when Texas A&M takes on Mississippi State. So for Kyle Peterson, Chris Burke, the rest of our crew, I'm Dave Neal saying good night from Oxford.